going to get close. And there's at the farms, right? You have more than 4, 5, 6 people working there. Milking the cow, doing a whole bunch of stuff, feeding the cow, looking after the cow. Giving them a bath and doing a whole bunch of maintenance and whatnot. Keeping the farm clean. It's a lot of hard work at the farm.
Are you walking, Amir?
I just gotta move some cars because I had to move some cars for street sweeping. Now I gotta move them back. Oh, we got a Ruben chick here.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, are you gonna repeat the same question again today?
I might do.
Okay, you're just a recycler, man. That's what you do at fucking bottom of the barrel science.
I'd like to know if just being a Zionist makes you a bad person.
You keep just asking the same fucking question every day.
Well, you want to
It's because it's basically an organization killing people, genociding them, starving them, doing a bunch of atrocities like a genocide. Native countries. I made some time, but I have to move these cars because if I don't, I'll get overmatched.
Damn, what area do you live in, man? It's Wednesday. It's trash day here, so.
Yeah, but on my side, we have the Wednesday street sweeping. On the other side, we got Monday street sweeping. We got to move it from one side to the other side.
Okay, so you're on the coast.
I live very close to the example, not too far.
Okay. You're like 20 minutes away from me, you know that.
Yeah, I live in a residential area. So there's nothing but houses here, no buildings. Those areas. I used to live in an area where there was a bunch of buildings. It's so hard to find parking. Some of these houses, they're multi-units, There's 1, 2, 3, 4 houses in one. Hey, what's up, Jimmy? How you doing?
How are you? What's the topic of the hour?
Topic of the hour is we're talking about the local border crossing. We're talking about the PA wants to change the name, and Israel doesn't agree with it. Israel feels betrayed. They didn't agree on the name, the symbol.
Do you want to change the peace plan? What are you talking about?
I'll read you the article. It's on the chat. You can see it.
Look at the fish. Every event, including death, is only one more accretion to our experience. Freely willed by ourselves from the beginning, and therefore predestined. Introduction to the Book of the Law. This is The Fish by Crowley. La Jouvée rose dotted with grey stars the bed, where my fair Jewess lay and smiled. Her breasts were full, her eyes were red, her lips with God unreconciled. In one old embroidery above the room of furs and silk. Her eyes were full of devilry, her fingertips were soft as milk. Above the bed a crest was set, a gold and sapphire coronet. She was of noble birth, and best, a Jewess. Her bad lips enticed my lips to taste. I held her breast, fresh from the crucifying Christ. It seemed her thighs were hot with blood, sucked from the bastard Son of God. I saw his broken body hang, sweating and bleeding on the cross. I heard his curses champ and clang, spat upon his reeking corse. I licked the spear, my feet were shod with iron as I kicked my God. Such frightful fancies dim my eyes. I can remember how his side lay open for a lover's prize. I violate the crucified. Hell shrieks with impious laugh. They sing a mad blued chant. Hell hails me king. So runs my dream. But what am I? A lover by a Jewess's bed, a lover waiting wistfully for his desires to be fed. His only lust, a lover's bliss, and with no language but a kiss. In her loose lusts I find again the memory of that dream gone by. Kisses waken in my brain the picture of that infamy. The low dark hill, the storm, the star that lit my bestial lupanar. The breasts are Golgotha to me. Her lips, his dripping hands and feet, the secret cinctured armory. Pleasure's seams, how utter sweet, the gaping spear, wound in his side, wherein I smote the crucified. Come, night, dip, shadows, only let one incense flame burn red, and lo, we gild the golden coronet, gleam on her nude lewd hips and glow. On hours of weariless desire, a bastard and infernal flame, smite me, my fiend fair whore, nor spare my raging hips, but wake again the old desires ere I'm aware. Joy more intense from cruel pain, they say he hoped his crown to fix by his delirious crucifix. Yes, spare me not, red-lipped, low-browed, large-featured animal I love. Prolong the orgy, shriek aloud, with drunken vehemence above, all violence more than Corybant. To our Achaean god, absinthe. Ah, thy red lips in its green glint, its wavy splendor, in the dance thy belly weaves, triple hint of hell and Algiers and France. Ah, Judas love, this flask will drain, kiss hard, and so to bed again. Aleister Crowley, 1898. The shining god unto the land in nets, it built a fire to the Lord of Fire, crying hallowed words, even the dreadful curse, Amri, Maratza, Maratza, Atman, Deona, Astatsa, Maratza, Maritza, Maran. Oh, look who it is! It's CM! Oh, did somebody just rip a fart? Jeffrey Epstein was talking about with Steve Bannon. Okay, this is called On Aleister Crowley and the Fish. The Fish, which here makes its debut in print, was a novel commenced by Aleister Crowley at a particularly turbulent point of an already tumultuous life. Given the circumstances, it is hardly surprising that The Fish was never completed. A brief summary of the salient facts of the last months of 1920 on 14th of October, Crowley's daughter Anne Leah Puppy died. The record of the Abbey of Thelema confirms that Crowley grieved intensely. Puppy's mother, Leah Herzig, Alastro, the Scarlet Woman, who was 3 months pregnant, miscarried 6 days after the death. Herzig insisted that the jealousy and ill will of Ninety Shumway, Nifraw, Soror Cyprus, another resident of the Abbey who was 8 months pregnant with Crowley's daughter Astarte Lulu Panthea, had caused both tragedies. Crowley concurred and formally expelled Shumway from the Abbey on 5th of November. She would return in good graces with daughter early the following year. On 21st November, Cecil Frederick Russell, Frater Genesti, who had first met Crowley in New York in 1918, arrived at the Abbey. Russell was at that point a neophyte of the AA, Astrum Argenteum, or Silver Star, and a master magician of the Order Templi Orientis, the former being a mystical and magical society founded by Crowley in 1907, the latter a magical sodality with Masonic elements, of which Crowley was Supreme Holy King of Ireland, Iona, and all the Britons. He became the worldwide outer head of the order in 1922. Russell would prove to be one of Crowley's most gifted and recalcitrant disciples. On 27th November, Crowley sought oracles from Thelema, the Yi King, and the Tarot to guide him in the fashioning of the Cephaloidium working, which took its name from the mighty rock of Cephalodium, which lay to the north of the Sicilian town of Cephalo. Were the Abbey a modest, single-story house whitewashed without efflorescently muraled by Crowley within, was located. On 1st of December, Wednesday, the day of Mercury, Crowley, Herzig, and Russell ceremonially affixed the signatures to the oath of the working after a banquet of fish and yellow wine. The menu was chosen because of its suitability for the dominantly mercurial nature of the cephalodium working. Fish in particular matched the mood at the time of Crowley the Magus of the AA, as Crowley explained in 777, his compendium of magical and mystical symbolism. All fish are sacred to Mercury because of their swiftness, their cold-bloodedness, the gleaming white or iridescent colors which are characteristic of their scales, and to some extent to the method of reproduction. In the book of the Cephalodium working, Crowley describes his inward response when Tahuti Mercury was invoked in the great magical circle by Frater Genestai on 27th November of 1920. Thus was Tahuti manifest in the mind of the beast, like light therein, clear, icy wit without heart. At 11 o'clock on the night of 28 November, it is further specified, did the beast work under the Scarlet Woman, his work to make the great operation go around. Now, the primary purpose of the cephalodium working was to establish the Book of the Law, and in particular to spur the completion by Crowley of its accompanying comments, and thereafter to publish the whole as commanded by the Book of the Law. The subsequent verse had declared reassuringly, but the work of the comment, it is easy, and had it burning in thy heart shall make swift and sure thy pen. But here was a prophecy that Crowley could not fulfill. Never in his life was he satisfied with his efforts on the various drafts of his comment on the law. Indeed, the book of the Cephalodium working explicitly records Crowley's sense of failure on that score, although he diligently continued his labors upon it. But the 28 November sexual magic did stimulate what might seem to be a fascinating diversion from the express goal of the Cephalodium working, to wit, the novel fragment which you now hold in your hands. As Crowley described it in the book of the Cephalodium working, immediately was the beast inspired to a writing mercurial, a satire upon the fish, and thus wrote he some 14 or 15 hours after that stint. Crowley renewed his labors. On 2nd December, went on with my fish story, which, by the way, is the blasting of the old tower of the Jesus Terrae. In fact, such thoughts had been on Crowley's mind since his arrival at the Abbey. Back on 9th of May 1920, he had recorded in his accompaniment by Leah. He noted that the maître d'hôtel was disappointed that they had not eaten any of the dishes for which ingredients had been specifically ordered on their account, including one which was some preparation of fish. As they were leaving the restaurant, whether the ass should not be the symbol of a certain high degree of initiation, as the pelican is of another not so high. His thoughts, they wandered into all sorts of reflections about the sacred ass of Priapus, or Dionysus, or Jesus, which succeeded in waking him. That evening, Crowley continued in his diary. The invocations of the gods seem very fruitful. There's a lot of Jesus force here. Why not use the 9th degree to invoke Jesus? Isn't it a somewhat pedantic and priggish attitude to invoke all the forces but Jesus? It makes him a sort of devil, and so liable to attract all the good peoples. In fact, he was that devil whose worshippers were burnt alive and thrown to beasts, and so on. Then that would be why he attracted the people who were bored with highly respectable gods like Priapus and Venus. This should be fine material for a play. The fish, of course, is, in addition to its mercurial attributions, a primary symbol of Jesus Christ, which was first employed by the early Christians. This identification of the Christ of the Gospels with Mercury came as a complete surprise to Crowley during the Paris working with Victor Newberg. In the book of the Cephalodium working, Crowley wrote that the tarot trump drawn to represent the prime pentacle of the working was Atu 16, the house of God. In the Book of Thoth, 1944, commentary on the tarot and specifically on Crowley's tarot designs, as executed by Frieda Harris, Crowley stated, it may be taken as the preface to Atu 20, the Last Judgment, which with eon by lightning, flames, engines of war. Consideration of the mark should assist the reader in interpreting chapter 7 of The Fish, the Hill, in which the blasting of the old Tower of Jesus, Terere, is symbolically represented by the lightning destruction of a tree, of which only the stump remains in a Golgotha-like setting. It may also be helpful to recall that according to certain Christian legends, the cross on which Jesus was crucified was fashioned from wood. Trees that continue to flourish, albeit with acrid fruit, and Crowley's Golgotha typify the trees of life and of the knowledge of good and evil. Recursive symbols of the salvation and gnosis once promised by the blessed tree of the cross, the stump of which representing Egyptian and other sources of divine wisdom still intact. Blasting the Christ of the old eon was then the primary purpose of the fish, as will be evident to any attentive reader. On the contrary, it is thematically interwoven with the comment writings to which Crowley was devoting his energies in the same period as which the fish was written. Consider, for example, the following new comment to Cap I-49. This verse declares that the old formula of magic, the Osiris, Adonis, Jesus, Marsyas, Dionysus, Attis, etc. Formula of the dying God is no longer efficacious. It rested on the ignorant belief that the sun died every day and every year, and that its resurrection was a miracle. The formula of the new eon recognizes Horus, the child crowned and conquering as God. We are all members of the body of God, the sun, and about our system is the ocean of space. The formula is then to be based upon these facts. Our evil, darkness, illusion, whatever one chooses to call it, is simply a phenomenon of accidental and temporary separateness. If you are walking in darkness, do not try to make the sun rise by self-sacrifice, but wait in confidence for the dawn, and enjoy the pleasures of the night meanwhile. Now read the sacred words on the hilt of the dagger, used by one of the dwarf henchmen of those who eat the baleful fish known as Nazarene. Dare not to stand upright, dare not to think or know, dare not to use thy might, dare not to face thy foe. Dare not to do thy will. Dare not to love thy mate. Dare not to live thy fill. Be feeble, fool of fate. Beneath, that's from chapter 4 of The Salesman. Beneath the surface, satirical turn of the fish, Crowley was waging the Atu-16 war with a vengeance. In chapter 5 analysis, the Christian sect of the Plymouth Brethren, in which Crowley was raised and in which his father Edward was active as a preacher and pamphleteer, is dismissed. By a mysterious editor who makes his one and only appearance in the novel at this point, as if Crowley could not bear the thought that the barb of his stab might not be felt here, as one of many fanatical sects fostered in supposedly tolerant Protestant countries. In the 9 chapters of The Fish that have survived, the major, indeed the obsessive, metaphor is that of the putrefying fish, all 4 of the members of the expedition to Ania, who are otherwise quite different human types, share a visceral, violent disgust for the Nazarene. In 777, which is here a symbol of death, it therefore indicates the forces of Scorpio, generation through putrefaction. It is through the eating of the putrid fish, Nazarene, that the wretched transformation of human souls is generated. And the ultimate goal of the expedition, at least at the point at which the fish breaks off, is to enter the pit, breeding grounds of the Nazarene, which name, if spelled out in Hebrew, begins with Nun, or Nun. As always with the Crowley text, the levels of symbolism to be traced and meditated upon are manifold. For example, in chapter 5, our narrator, the good and brave clergyman Harry Tone, who has dared to taste of the Nazarene in the best spirit of objective research, the better to understand its nature, finds himself under its influence, angrily refusing to face the facts of life, started up at the intrusion of a thought about the meaning of fish, in ancient religions, as explained to me once by a contributor to the London Punchinello, who subsequently disgraced himself in an unspeakably loathsome piece of abomination. The meaning alluded to here may be that of Priapus, the Ithyphallic god whose counterparts include the half-fish, half-man, god figures Dagon and Oannes, worshipped respectively by the Philistines and the Babylonians. In the Egyptian myth of the mutilation of Osiris by his brother Set, the phallus of Osiris, the only bodily part of her husband and twin that Isis failed to recover was swallowed by a fish of the Nile. Alternatively, the fish, a symbol of the Yoni, or Mons Veneri, can be found in numerous ancient cultures. It is noteworthy that the Egyptians, apart from the goddess Hat-Mehet, she who is before the fishes, and no deities in fish form. Deities. However, the fish was regarded by the Egyptians as sacred, and a painting in the tomb of Kabaket at Deir el-Medina shows Anubis tending to the mummification of a fish. There are definite links between Anubis and Jesus, and indeed the term Jesus Anubis occurs in Greco-Egyptian papyri. Anubis was responsible for the weighing of the hearts against the feather of Ma'at, which has analogies with the Christian Last Judgment, guiding the soul on its journey to the paradise of Osiris, which is a further symbolical link with Jesus, who said, "I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me." Both Hermes and Mercury are also associated with the role of guide, which is invariably linked with a journey through the sky or between the worlds. Connection is thus suggested with the Nuit of the Book of the Law. Such are a few of the symbolic meditative flights that may be stimulated with a sympathetic study of the fish. An intention that Crowley most certainly harbored. C.F. Russell, or Frater Ginesta, makes this point along with some others rather emphatically in his Znus is Znees, Memoirs of a Magician, 1970. You see, Crowley was first, last, and always an author. A literateur. With this always in his mind, is it any wonder his magic sometimes did not achieve his anticipated results? Ever hunting the happy phrase, modeling the merriest metaphor, even while fucking He was recording the opus in his mind rather than endeavoring to establish ekagrata to effect samadhi. Like a professional magician deceiving destiny with misdirection, not realizing fate was his own higher self. Russell and Crowley did have their differences, and Russell was particularly sensitive to Crowley's explicit charge in the book of Cephalodium Working that Russell was to blame for the failure of that working by virtue of having failed to initiate any Rashith ha-Gilgalim. That is, the initial turning or energizing of the spheres or chakras necessary to sexual magic. Russell in Zniz has his own kind comments on Alice Crowley's sexual allure and so forth, but Russell is acute, I think, when he points to the literary ambitions that flamed within Crowley throughout his life. The furtherance of Thelema and the laurel wreath of culture declaim were two possible motives in the writing of The Fish. A third may have been the badly needed money that a commercial success could bring him. Crowley was eager enough to appeal to readers of popular fiction, as evidenced by the lively demi-monde plotting of The Diary of a Drug Fiend, 1922. In the case of The Fish, a possible inspiration for Crowley's plotline may have come from the vogue for tales of lost civilizations that had been triggered by H. Rider Haggard and his classic novel, King Solomon's Mines. The staggering success of this book is reflected by the fact that it has remained continuously in print since the date of its first appearance. Going off to a strange continent in search of a lost race was not exclusive to Haggard and Africa, as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle proved with his novel, The Lost World. Set in the Amazon jungles in the very period in which Crowley was writing The Fish, Edgar Rice Burroughs, the creator of Tarzan, was commencing his own rise to fame with novels such as In Search of a Popular Vehicle for Thelema, could not resist trying it out. A page of handwritten notes left by Crowley, see Appendix 1, the only surviving record of how Crowley intended to complete The Fish, indicates that after numerous harrowing adventures that claim the lives of Green and Thornley, not to mention the timely aeronautic aid of rebellious light-bringing Lucifer, and a surreptitious diet of truth, will, and love, Lyle and Tone emerged victorious, did not see fit to do so, remains unknown. The Fish was intended to be not only a page-turning tale, but also a satire. The jibs at Christendom, which dominates these surviving chapters, are free-swinging and often clumsy body blows, but they do yield fresh insights into Crowley's attitude towards Christianity. The Fish was hardly Crowley's first polemic against that creed. In poetic works such as The Sword of Song, 1904, and Why Jesus Wept, he attacked the philosophical absurdities and moral hypocrisies that he believed were entrenched in Christian dogma. In The Gospel According to St. Bernard Shaw, written in 1916 and first published posthumously in 1953, Crowley, drawing from The Golden Bough, researches of J.G. Fraser, sought to reduce Jesus to a fictional construct drawn from past dying gods of the Levant. But Crowley could not bring himself to have done with his rage against the Christian faith, despite his own lines. In Ascension Day, the opening poem, The Sword of Song, no. On the other hand, the Buddha says, I'm surprised at you. How could a person accept my law and still use hatred? So means of ill, in truth's defense, praise of light? Well, I guess Brer Buddha's right. Of course, these lines come prior to Crowley's 1904 reception of the Book of the Law. It may be argued either that Crowley came to regard the Buddhist teaching as abrogate, or that Crowley could not finally abide by the teaching. In either
claim to anything else. Carl Sofia. How the mind can torture itself in its quest to understand the travels of the soul from life through death to life again. Tormented, the mystic asked, what is the purpose of it all? Why was I born? From whence have I come? To where will I go when I have shed my frail earthly form? The answers prove elusive. Instead of certainty, the mystic finds only speculation and surmise. Baffled, he struggles to recover memories of a life before birth, in hopes that these might shed light on what transpires after death. Here again he is stymied, for like all others who move from one rebirth to the next, the mystic has first to dally in the land of the dead. There he was forced to slake his thirst from the river of forgetfulness, dissolving all memories of his previous lives, before he was free to stumble blindly towards his next incarnation. This cleansing of the past goes unnoticed by most people. However, something deep within the mystic is left unsettled. He finds that his thoughts and dreams are disturbed, as if by glimpses of some long-forsaken ambition, a memory of which hovers just unseen on the very edge of his vision. In truth, the mystic does not draw as deeply from the river of forgetfulness as his less contemplative fellows, and some distant memory goads him into joining that age-old quest for meaning. The ancient Greeks realized that active self-reflection was something integral to understanding the mysteries of birth, life, and death, which would allow a person to find his appropriate place in the internal processes of the gods. Life is shrouded in mystery. This is the fundamental fact which confronts us. We live in a cave with our backs to the light. As Plato said, our knowledge is nothing more than the shadows which play upon its walls. The Greeks became preoccupied with this inner light, cast shadows into our reality. They summed up their quest for it with the axiom, know thyself. Inscribed in the temple of Apollo at Delphi, they believed that mankind could never fully comprehend or know the human spirit. So this axiom actually is just letting out and controlling personal behavior in the here and now, so that a person might rise to understand his or her fate or incarnation, and in effect find unity with the gods. Similar deliberations on matters of birth, life, death, and reincarnation have taken place in most other societies and cultures. In India, the idea solidified and became the foundation upon which the various forms of yoga are based. The Sanskrit word is derived from the word yoj, which means to control, to unite. And thus the word yoga is often translated as simply meaning the art of union. Carl Gustav Jung, 1875 to 1961, the founder of modern analytical psychology, acknowledged the importance of studying yoga, but he also cautioned that the practice may not be suitable for the Western mind. He believed the yogic tendency to speak spiritual transcendence by ignoring the material side of the world was misguided, and that the purpose of incarnation was actually to gain a more intimate understanding of existence, as he wrote. There are many different kinds of yoga. Europeans often become hypnotized by it, but it is essentially Eastern. No European has the necessary patience, and it is not right for him. The more we study yoga, the more we realize how far it is from us. A European can only imitate it, and what he acquires by this is of no real interest. Jung continued, in the course of the centuries, the West will produce its own yoga. Although I'm not completely in accord with Jung's assessment that Europeans have the patience, I disagree with the assertion that we get nothing of any interest out of doing this type of practice. He did make a valid point when he proposed that a new approach to the art of union is necessary for our Western archetype. He seems to suggest that psychology could play that role, but to me there is a difficulty here. In an echo of yoga, we find modern psychology preoccupied with bringing the unconscious mind to conscious awareness. They downplay the role of the body, treating it merely as a cumbersome appendage that must be mastered. To me, the core premise of Western magic is that we incarnate into our body in order to gain an experience, not transcend it. And if we must examine the whole process equally, the holistic approach is surely far healthier than a fragmented one, and it is indeed the direction in which psychology has been creeping for some time. Besides being a Jungian psychologist, Daniel Aridyar, 1985, was one of the most thoughtful practitioners of modern astrology. Reflecting on refers to as the Anja, and that word Haran Kakaras is being a concept that Carl Jung was starting to explore as far back as 1932. This will be discussed later in the book.
To get answers out of them was making awful claims. So, making stuff up. You do you. You do. You do. My mouth is still moving. My mouth is still moving.
Every event, including death, is only one more operation to our experience. Freely willed by ourselves from the beginning, and therefore predestined by Crowley. La Jouvée rode the grey stars again, where my fair Jewess lay and smiled. Breasts were full, her eyes were red, her lips with God unreconciled. In wanton disarray, her hair streamed inky black. Ah, God, how fair! The quaint, her gold embroidery of the room of furs and silk. Her eyes were full of devilry, her fingertips were soft as milk. Above the bed a crest was set, gold and sapphire coronet. She was of noble birth, and best, a Jewess. Bad lips enticed my lips to taste. Held her breast, fresh from the crucified Christ. It seemed her thighs were hot blood, sucked from the bastard Son of God. I saw his broken body hang. My feet were shot. Iron as I kicked my God. Such frightful fancies dim my eyes. I can remember how he sighed, lay open for a lover's prize. I violate the crucified. Hell shrieks Olympia's left. They sing a mad new chant. Hell hails me, King. So runs my dream. But what am I? A lover by a Jewess's bed. A lover waiting wistfully for his desires to be fed. His only lust, a lover's bliss, and with no language but a kiss. In her loose lusts I find again the memory of the dream gone by. Kisses waken in my brain. Picture of that infamy. The road, dark hill, storm, star, that lit my bestial lupanar. Breasts of Golgotha to me. Her lips, his dripping hands and feet, a secret, cinctured armory. Pleasure's scenes, how utter sweet. The gaping his side, wherein I smote the crucified. Come, night, dip, shadows, only let one incense flame burn red and low. We gild the golden coronet, gleam on her lewd hips and glow. On hours of weariless desire, a bastard and infernal flame. Smite me, my fiend fair whore, nor spare my raging hips, but wait again, the old desires ere I'm aware. Joy more intense from cruel pain. They say he hoped his crown to fix by his delirious crucifix. Yes, spare me not, red-lipped, low-browed, large-featured animal I love. Prolong the orgy, shriek aloud, the drunken vehemence above, all violence more than corribant. To our Achaean god, Absinthe. Thy red lips and its green glint, its wavy splendor, the dance-side belly weaves, triple hint of hell and Algiers and France. Julius love, this flexible drain, kiss hard, and so to bed again. That was a correlating here. They draw the shining god to the land in nets, build a fire to the Lord fire, crying hard words, even the dreadful curse. Angry, Maratsa, Atman, Deona, Astatsa, Maratsa, Maritza, Maran. Oh, look who it is, it's CM. 1 divided by 0. That's what Jeffrey Epstein was talking about, the sea planet. Okay, this is called Alistair Fish. The Fish, which here makes its debut in print, was a novel commenced by Alistair Crowley at a particularly turbulent point of an already tumultuous life. Given the circumstances, it is hardly surprising that The Fish was never completed. A brief summary of the salient facts of the last month of 1920 on 14th of October. Crowley's daughter Anne Leah Coupy died. The record of the Abbey of Thelema confirms that Crowley grieved intensely. Coupy's mother, Leah Hersig, the Lastrell, the Scarlet Woman, who was 3 months pregnant, was carried 6 days after the death. Hersig insisted that the jealousy and ill will of Linetti Shumway, Nifor, Soror, Cyprus, another resident of the Abbey who was 8 months pregnant with Crowley's daughter Astarte Lulu Panthea, had caused both tragedies. Crowley concurred and formally expelled Shumway from the Abbey on 5th of November. She would return to good graces with daughter early the following year. On 21st November, Cecil Frederick Russell Futter Genesti, who had first met Crowley in New York in 1918, arrived at the Abbey. Russell was at that point a neophyte of the AA, Astrum Magentium, or Silver Star, and a master magician of the Order Templi Orientis, the former being mystical and magical society founded by Crowley in 1907. The latter had a magical fidelity with Masonic elements of which Crowley was supreme holy king of Ireland, Iona, and all the Britons. He became the worldwide honored head of the order in 1922. Russell would prove to be one of Crowley's most gifted and recalcitrant disciples. On 27th of November, Crowley sought oracles from Thelema, the Ye King, and the Terror to guide him in the fashioning of the Cephalodium working, which took its name from the mighty rock of Cephalodium, which lay to the north of the Sicilian town of Cephalou. When the Abbey, a modest, single-story house whitewashed without efflorescently mural by Crowley within, was located. On 1st of December, Wednesday, the day of Mercury, Crowley, Hersig, and Russell ceremonially affixed the signatures to the oath of the working after a banquet of fish and yellow wine. The menu was chosen because of its suitability for the dominantly mercurial nature of the Cephalodium working. Fish in particular matched the mood in the time of Crowley, the Nagus of the AA, as Crowley explained in Troop 7, his compendium of magical and mystical symbolism. All fish are sacred to Mercury because of their swiftness, their cold-bloodedness, the gleaming white or iridescent colors which are characteristic of their scales, and to some extent to the method of reproduction. In the book of the Cephalodium working, Crowley describes his inward response when Tubular Mercury was invoked to the great magical circle by Freta in Estai on 27th of November 1920. This was to manifest in the mind of Crowley's black lights and guided. Freya Rice, the Yoga of the Time, the Crowley Light, to keep the Crowley's forces to the basic Crowley scholar, to make the great operation of the right, the Mercury was the Cephalodium working's reception of the fall. In particular, this recognition of the world to the main province of the Crowley was raised in, which his father Edward was active as a preacher and pamphleteer here is dismissed. My mysterious editor, who makes his one and only appearance in the novel at this point, as if Crowley could not bear the thought that the barb of his satire might not be felt here, is one of many phonetical sects fostered in supposedly tolerant Protestant countries. In the 9 chapters of The Fish that have survived, the major, indeed the obsessive, metaphor is that of the putrefying fish. All 4 of the members of the expedition to Abyssinia, who are otherwise quite different human types, shed visceral, violent disgust for the Nazarene. In 777, Crowley outlined the symbolism of the Hebrew letter Nun. A fish is that which lives and moves in the water, which is here assumed. It therefore indicates the forces of Scorpio, generation through putrefaction. It is through the eating of the putrid fish, the Nazarene, that the wretched transformation of human souls is generated. And the ultimate goal of the expedition, at least at the point at which the fish breaks off, is to enter the pit, breeding grounds of the Nazarene, which name is spelled out in Hebrew begins with non, or nun. As always with the Crowley text, the levels of symbolism to be traced and meditated upon are manifold. For example, in chapter 5, our narrator, the good and brave clergyman Harry Tommen, who has dared to taste of the Nazarene in the best spirit of objective research, the better to understand its nature, finds himself under its influence, angrily refusing to face the facts of life, started up at the intrusion of a thought about the meaning of fish. Ancient religions, as explained to me once by a contributor to the London Punchinello, subsequently disgraced himself in an unspeakably loathsome piece of abomination. The meaning alluded to here may be that of Priapus, the Ithyphalic god whose counterparts include the half-fish, half-man, god figures, Dagon, and Oannes, worshipped respectively by the Philistines and the Babylonians. The Egyptian myth of the mutilation of Osiris by his brother Set, the phallus of Osiris. The only bodily part of her husband and twin that Isis failed to recover was swallowed by a fish of the Nile. Alternatively, Het, she who is before the fishes, and no deities in fish form. Deities. However, the fish was regarded by the Egyptians as sacred, and a painting of the tomb of Karnak at Deir el-Medina shows Anubis tending to the mummification of a fish. There are definite links between Anubis and Jesus. Indeed, the term Jesus Anubis occurs in Greco-Egyptian papyri. Anubis was responsible for the weighing of the hearts against the feather of Maat, which has analogies with the Christian Last Judgment, guiding the soul in its journey to the paradise to the Father, except through me. Both Hermes and Mercury are also associated with the role of guide, which is invariably linked with a journey through the sky or between worlds. Connection is thus suggested with the nuance of the Book of the Law. Such are a few of the symbolic meditative flights that may be stimulated with a sympathetic study of the fish. But enough of such fish tales. Let us now turn to The Fish as a novel intended for our literary delectation. An intention that Crowley most certainly harbored. C.F. Russell, or Frater Inestae, makes this point along with some others rather emphatically in his Sinus is the Sneers, Memoirs of a Magician, 1970. You see, Crowley was first, last, and always an author. Literature. With this always in his mind, is it any wonder his magic sometimes did not achieve his anticipated results? Inventing the happy phrase, modeling the merriest metaphor, even while fucking, he was recording the opus in his mind rather than endeavoring to establish Ekagrata to effect samadhi. Like a professional magician deceiving destiny with misdirection, not realizing fate, was his own higher self. Russell and Crowley did have their differences, and Russell was particularly sensitive to Crowley's explicit charge in the book of Sephironian working that Russell was to blame for the failure of that working by virtue of having failed to initiate any Rashid ha-Gilga. That is, the initial turning or energizing of the spheres or chakras necessary to sexual magic. Russell in Snus is Sneeze has his own kind comments on Alice Crowley's sexual allure and so forth, but Russell is acute, I think, when he points to the literary ambitions that flamed within Crowley throughout his life. The furtherance of Thelema and the laurel wreath of culture declaim were two possible motives in the fish. The third may have been the badly needed money that a commercial success could bring him. Crowley was eager enough to appeal to readers of popular fiction, as evidenced by the lively Delimond plotting of the Diary of a Drug Fiend, 1922. In the case of The Fish, a possible inspiration for Crowley's plotline may have come from the vogue for tales of lost civilizations that had been triggered by ancient Rider Haggard and his classic novel, King Solomon's Mines. The staggering success of this book is reflected by the fact that it has remained continuously in print since the date of its first appearance. Going off to a strange continent in search of the lost race was not exclusive to Haggard and Africa, as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle proved with his novel, The Lost World. Set in the Amazon jungles in the very period in which Crowley was writing The Fish, Edgar Rice Burroughs, the creator of Tarzan, was commencing his own rise to fame with novels such as Lost Continent, 1916. The search for ancient and hidden civilizations was in the air, and it is possible that Crowley, in search of a popular vehicle for Thelema, could not resist trying it out. The page of handwritten notes left by Crowley, see Appendix 1, the only surviving record of how Crowley intended to complete The Fish, indicates that after numerous harrowing adventures that claim the lives of Greed and Thornley, not to mention the timely aeronautical aid of rebellious light bringing Lucifer, and a surreptitious diet of truth, will, and love, Lyle and Tone emerged victorious over the bottomless pit of Creed's Needle. And Crowley gone on to complete the novel. It might have been a corker of a story. Why he did not see fit to do so remains unknown. The Fish was intended to be not only a page-turning adventure tale, but also a satire. The gems of Christendom, which dominate the surviving chapters, are free-swinging and often clumsy body blows, but they do yield fresh insights into Crowley's attitude towards Christianity. The Fish was hardly Crowley's first polemic against that creed. In poetic works such as The Sword of Song, 1904, and Why Jesus Wept, he attacked the philosophical absurdities and moral hypocrisies that he believed were entrenched in Christian dogma. In The Gospel According to St. Bernard Shaw, written in 1916 and first published posthumously in 53, Crowley, drawing from The Golden Bough, researchers J.G. Fraser, sought to reduce Jesus to a fictional construct drawn from past dying gods of the Levant. Crowley could not bring himself to have done with his rage against the Christian faith, despite his own lines. In a sense, hypocrisies that he was Christianity. Does that claim? As Sir Arthur Conan Doyle proved with his novel, The Lost World, set in the Amazon jungles in the very period in which Crowley was writing The Fish, Edgar Rice Burroughs, the creator of Tarzan, was commencing his own rise to fame with novels such as Lost Continent, 1916. The search for ancient and hidden civilizations was in the air, and it is possible that Crowley, in search of a popular vehicle for Thelema, could not resist trying it out. A page of handwritten notes left by Crowley, see Appendix 1, the only surviving record of how Crowley intended to complete The Fish, indicates that after numerous harrowing adventures that claim the lives of Greed and Thornley, not to mention the timely aeronautical aid of rebellious light bringing Lucifer, and a surreptitious diet of truth, will, and love, Lyle and Tone emerged victorious over the bottomless pit of Creed's Needle. And Crowley gone on to complete the novel. It might have been a corker of a story. Why he did not see fit to do so remains unknown. The Fish was intended to be not only a page-turning adventure tale, but also a satire. The gems of Christendom, which dominate the surviving chapters, are free-swinging and often clumsy body blows, but they do yield fresh insights into Crowley's attitude towards Christianity. The Fish was hardly Crowley's first polemic against that creed. In poetic works such as The Sword of Song, 1904, and Why Jesus Wept, he attacked the philosophical absurdities and moral hypocrisies that he believed were entrenched in Christian dogma. In The Gospel According to St. Bernard Shaw, written in 1916 and first published posthumously in 53, Crowley, drawing from The Golden Bough, researchers J.G. Fraser, sought to reduce Jesus to a fictional construct drawn from past dying gods of the Levant. Crowley could not bring himself to have done with his rage against the Christian faith, despite his own lines. In Ascension Day, the opening poem, The Sword of Song. No, on the other hand, the Buddha says, I'm surprised at you. How could a person accept my law and still use hatred? So means of ill, in truth's defense, praise of light. Well, I guess Buddhas are right. Of course, his lines come prior to Crowley's 1904 reception of the Buddha law, and they may argue either that Crowley came to regard the Buddhist teaching as arrogant, or that Crowley finally applied with the teaching. In either case, the vehemence of Crowley's vitriol transcends the storyline of The Fish.
Okay, I'm going to continue reading from The Fish. This is The Fish by Aleister Crowley, page 22. Page 23. One must be careful not to fall into the same simplistic tendency as shown by those critics who assert that Crowley was a hater of Jesus Christ himself. As the previously quoted diary entry for 9th of May 1920 evidences, Crowley regarded Jesus as quite as suitable for invocation as any other divine being. But Crowley's fundamental attitude is best stated in his own words from Confessions. I did not hate God or Christ, but merely the God and Christ of the people whom I hated. It was only when the development of my logical faculties supplied the demonstration that the scriptures support the theology and practice of professing Christians that I was compelled to set myself in opposition to the Bible itself. It does not matter that the literature is something magnificent, and that in isolated passages the philosophy and ethics are admirable. The sum of the matter is that Judaism is a savage, and Christianity a fiendish superstition. Stylistically, The Fish is an intriguing but uneven work. There are marvelously detailed accounts of the flora and topography of this imagined Abyssinia, as well as excellent crafted dialogue set pieces. And while Crowley demonstrated in the diary of a stylistically, The Fish is an intriguing but uneven work, the marvelously detailed accounts of the flora and topography of this imagined Abyssinia, as well as excellently crafted dialogue set pieces. But at least part of The Fish was composed through dictation, and while Crowley demonstrated in the diary of a drug fiend that he was uncommonly gifted at talking a novel aloud, in The Fish, the long-windedness sometimes shows. Still, The Fish has decided virtues. The richness of its symbolical interplay has already been discussed. In addition, it should be recognized that Chapter 5, aptly titled Analysis, is as probing a study as Crowley ever wrote on what he believed to be the psychological consequences of Christian faith. Further, the refutation by Lyle in Chapter 9 of the Life Pessimism of Green is a fascinating attempt at rebuttal of the first of the Buddha's Four Noble Truths. As such, it is illustrative of the uniqueness of the spiritual emphasis offered by Thelema. As well, it shows the progression of Crowley's thought on this matter from the pre-Thelemic stance on his essay Science and Buddhism in 1903, in which the experiential aptness of the First Noble Truth is stated almost as a matter of fact. The Fish may be an overbroad satire, but it also has its depths. The four major characters in The Fish are stock types: Lyle, the sage white hunter straight out of Haggard; Tone, the naive yet devoted missionary; Thornley, the stiff-necked outsider Jew; Green, the scientific materialist and failed acolyte of Nietzsche and Darwin. Yet there is a bit of Crowley in each of them. Lyle is the Crowley of the days of Himalayan exploration. Tone, the Christian, shares Crowley's interest in drugs and scientific research, and also Crowley's conviction that humankind requires spiritual, not merely material sustenance. Thornley is a shrewd and unremitting judge of human capacities, just as Crowley saw himself to be, and Green, for all his pessimism and despair, remains drawn to the vision of freedom and of universal harmony offered by Shelley in Prometheus Unbound. As was Crowley despite himself and despite certain cold-blooded and thus fish-like verses in Cap 3 of the Book of the Law, a chapter as to which Crowley confessed in the Book of the Cephalodian working a lingering repulsion. The Fish is rife with keys to the life and thought of Aleister Crowley. Therein lies its principal fascination. Not to mention that a newly published work by Crowley, albeit an unfinished one, is in itself a rare catch. Rescued from the waters of obscurity, May the fish please the gentle reader. Lauren Sutton. The Fish by Alistair Crowley. Okay, that's been a brief reading of the introduction of The Fish by Alistair Crowley. This is Candidate John reading a book. This has been hashtag Wisdom NRP. Books and Wisdom.
This is ordained. Comment on that. I agree with you completely. While I share Roy's concern about the extreme bigots, go to 929. Why it was brought down. Let's listen to Ibn.
No, I want the verse. I don't want
Surah 929. And if you just want to go off the verse, it makes it even better. Because it says, fight those who believe not in Allah, nor forbid what they forbid.
Let me get the verse. Wait.
Tawbah, ayah 29.
Yeah, that verse is talking about me.
Exactly. And Ibn Kathir says that the reason why Allah sent that down is because the people of the book rejected Muhammad as a prophet and they just wanted to follow their own. Okay, I'm gonna read. I have the tafsir right here.
Are you aware that in Islam we have a concept of treating the people of the book with respect and honor? Muhammad, peace be upon him, is gonna advocate for them on the day of judgment. Do you know that?
Okay, so hold on. If that's true, why don't you read your very first comment that you put in the chat? Like, why aren't you obeying your God? Like, the very first thing you said is, ain't no hate like Christian love.
No, stop. Say Maria, just wait. No, stop. It doesn't matter. All you're gonna do if you're either gonna bring up a verse that's contradictory, or you have to realize that Surah Tawbah was one of the last revealed verses, so right is gonna be abrogated. And so when 929, the Tafsir Ibn Kathir says, therefore, when the people of the scriptures disbelieve in Muhammad, they have no beneficial faith in any messenger. After that, they follow their religions because this confirmed their ideas, lusts, and the ways of their forefathers, not because they are Allah's law and religion. Had they been true believers in their religions, that faith would have been directed to them to Muhammad, because all prophets gave the good news of Muhammad. So this is why the verse was revealed, because we rejected Muhammad, therefore Allah said, fight them. That's why, listen to the verse. The verse doesn't say, just like in 9:5, it says, they broke the treaty, therefore you fight them. It gave the reason. And this verse, it says, fight them because why? They believe not. It's clear, okay, Quran is clear that, okay, Samaria, please. Can you read the Quran in the original without translation? I read the Quran from the original. Arabic is my first language. So you cannot argue about Quran better than me. Because
as well.
So, Saint Maria, I want you to address what I said. Surah 929 is literally what they use to show that you can fight people. Can you read it in Arabic? Reject. Yes, you want me to read it in Arabic? Yeah, please. Okay. Yes, did I? Okay, I've been reading it right. All right.
Smiler. High five. You know this.
Will already told you though, like each other, like. demonstrated in the diary of a stylistically fish is an intriguing but uneven work. The marvelously detailed accounts of flora and topography of this imagined Abyssinia, as well as excellently crafted dialogue set pieces. But at least part of the fish was composed through dictation, and while Crowley demonstrated in the diary of a drug fiend that he was uncommonly gifted at talking a novel aloud, in fish, the long-windedness sometimes shows. Still, the fish has decided virtues. The richness of its symbolical interplay has already been discussed. In addition, it should be recognized that chapter 5 F. Pessimism of green is a fascinating attempt at rebuttal of the first of the Buddha's Four Noble Truths. As such, it is illustrative of the spiritual emphasis offered by Thelma. As well, it shows the progression of Crowley's thought on this matter from the pre-phonetic stance on his essay Science and Buddhism in 1903, in which the experiential emptiness of the first noble truth is stated almost as a matter of fact. The fish may be an overbroad satire, but it also has its depths. The four major characters in the fish are stock types: Lyle, the sage white-hearted straight out of Haggard; Tone, the naive yet devoted missionary; Thornley, the stiff-necked outsider Jew; Greene, the scientific materialist and failed acolyte of Nietzsche and Darwin. Yet there is a bit of Crowley in each of them. Lyle is the Crowley of the days of Himalayan exploration. Tone, the Christian, shares Crowley's interest in drugs and scientific research, and also Crowley's conviction that humankind requires spiritual, not merely material, sustenance. Thornley is a shrewd and unremitting judge of human capacities. Just as Crowley saw himself to be, and Greene, for all his pessimism and despair, remains drawn to the vision of freedom and of universal harmony offered by Shelley in Prometheus Unbound. This was Crowley despite himself and despite certain cold-blooded and thus fish-like verses in Cap 3 of the Book of the Law, chapters to which Crowley confessed in the Book of the Civilian working enabling repulsion. The fish is rife with keys to the life. Thought of Elsa Crowley. Therein lies its principal fascination. To mention that a newly published work by Crowley, albeit an unfinished one, is in itself a rare catch. Rescued from the waters of obscurity, may the fish please the gentle reader. Lawrence Sutton. The Fish by Elsa Crowley. Okay, that's been a brief introduction of The Fish by Elsa Crowley. This is Canada John reading a book. This has been hashtag Wisdom NLP. Books of Wisdom. And while Crowley demonstrated in the diary of stylistically the fish is an intriguing but uneven work, the marvelously detailed accounts of the flora and topography of this imagined Abyssinia, as well as excellently crafted dialogue set pieces. But at least part of the fish was composed through dictation, and while Crowley demonstrated in the diary of a drug fiend that he was uncommonly gifted at talking a novel aloud, in fish, the long-windedness sometimes shows. Still, the fish has decided virtues. The richness of its symbolical interplay has already been discussed. In addition, it should be recognized that aptly titled analysis is as probing a study as Crowley ever wrote on what he believed to be the psychological consequences of Christian faith. Further, the refutation by Lyle in chapter 9, The Life Pessimism of Greene, is a fascinating attempt at rebuttal of the first of the Buddha's Four Noble Truths. As such, it is illustrative of the uniqueness of the spiritual emphasis offered by Thelma. As well, it shows the progression of Crowley's thought on this matter from the pre-phonetic stance on his essay Science and Buddhism in 1903, in which the experiential emptiness of the first noble truth is stated almost as a matter of fact. The fish may be an overbroad satire, but it also has its depths. The four major characters in the fish are stock types: Lyle, the sage white-hearted straight out of Haggard; Tone, the naive yet devoted missionary; Thornley, the stiff-necked outsider Jew; Greene, the scientific materialist and failed acolyte of Nietzsche and Darwin. Yet there is a bit of Crowley in each of them. Lyle is the Crowley of the days of Himalayan exploration. Telling the Christian shares Crowley's interest in drugs and scientific research, and also Crowley's conviction that humankind requires spiritual, not merely material sustenance. Thornley is a shrewd and unremitting judge of human capacities. Just as Crowley saw himself to be in green for all his pessimism and despair, remains drawn to the vision of freedom and of universal harmony offered by Shelley in Prometheus Unbound. This was Crowley despite himself and despite certain cold-blooded and thus fish-like verses in Cap 3 of the Law, chapters to which Crowley confessed in the book of the Cephalodean working and lingering repulsion. The fish is rife with keys to life, thought Alistair Crowley. Therein lies its principal fascination. To mention that a newly published work by Crowley, albeit an unfinished one, is in itself a rare catch. Rescued from the waters of obscurity, may the fish please the gentle reader. Lawrence Son. The Fish by Alistair Crowley. Okay, that's been a brief reading introduction of The Fish by Alistair Crowley. This is Canada John reading a book. This has been hashtag Wisdom LMP, Books of Wisdom. Christian faith. Further, the refutation by Lyle in chapter 9, The Life Pessimism of Green, is a fascinating attempt at rebuttal of the first of the Buddha's Four Noble Truths. As such, it is illustrative of the uniqueness of the spiritual emphasis offered by Feldman, as well as shows the progression of Crowley's thought on this matter from the pre-Phalemic stance on his essay Science and Buddhism in 1903, in which the experiential aptness of the first religion is stated almost as a matter of fact. The fish may be an overbroad satire, but it also has its depths. The four major characters in the fish are stock types: Lyle, the sage white-hearted straight out of Haggard; Tone, the naive yet devoted missionary; Thornley, the stiff-necked outsider Jew; Green, the scientific materialist and failed acolyte of Nietzsche and Darwin. Yet there is a bit of Crowley in each of them. Lyle is the Crowley of the day's Himalayan exploration. Tone, the Christian, shares Crowley's interest in drugs and scientific research, and also Crowley's conviction that humankind requires spiritual, not merely material sustenance. Thornley is a shrewd and unremitting judge of human capacities. Just as Crowley saw himself to be in green for all his pessimism and despair, remains drawn to the vision of freedom and of universal harmony offered by Shelley in Prometheus Unbound. This was Crowley despite himself and despite certain cold-blooded and thus fish-like verses in Cap 3 of the book of the Law, chapters to which Crowley confessed in the book of the Cephalodean working and lingering repulsion. The fish is rife with keys to life, thought Alistair Crowley. Therein lies its principal fascination. To mention that a newly published work by Crowley, albeit an unfinished one, is in itself a rare catch. Rescued from the waters of obscurity, may the fish please the gentle reader. Lawrence Son. The Fish by Alistair Crowley. Okay, that's been a brief reading introduction of The Fish by Alistair Crowley. This is Canada John reading a book. This has been hashtag Wisdom LMP, Books of Wisdom. Okay, this is Fish by Crowley. Travelers' Tales. It pleased the inscrutable wisdom of Providence that I should find my health so far undermined by my 11 years as a medical missionary in southwestern China, as to leave no option but to abandon those fields which my labors and hardships themselves had most deeply endeared to me. I look back through those seasons examining conscience, whether I had hidden my talent in a napkin. As to the work nearest my heart, all our hearts, I hope, could reckon no less than 9 converts, 3 of whom I most confidently believe to have been sincere. The first, Ty Lewis, was the son of an English cotton broker by a Chinese wife. The father died while Ty a paraffin bridge for his nose, fitting him with a complete set of false teeth, and curing an ulcer of long standing in his leg. He bore up against his suffering from poverty and disease with most exemplary patience and fortitude. And the last year of his life, cut short in early prime by chronic meningoencephalitis, was sinless as but few even of the most saintly could rival.
He uttered scarcely a word but the name of his Saviour, and that constantly day and night with almost incredible devotion. The second, Wa Titsi, though sore stricken by Graves' disease, I had intended to train as a native teacher and evangelist. Unfortunately, his powers of expression were inadequate to his soul's development, and he could not learn to formulate any creed beyond John Wesley all saying God. But his life might put to shame many of far more elaborate theological equipment. His brain weighed only 2 grams more than the minimum hitherto recorded of an adult male. The third was my own cook and housekeeper, Tachi. To extreme personal beauty, she added the most engaging manners, and I refuse absolutely to believe the statement of my successor at the mission that she has backslidden and become the second wife of a wealthy pagan. The other 6, I fear indeed, were but rice Christians. On the medical side of my work, I was more fortunate. My reports on the results of addiction to opium smoking are universally admitted to have contributed most weighty to the substitution of morphine injections for the noxious vice. My heart's hope was to find a cure for leprosy. And in this too I was more than a little successful. I found injections of tubercle bacilli uniformly specific, and am convinced that I could have reported every case as cured had not a mysterious disease new to science, which I can only describe loosely as epidemic phthisis, swept my hospital like a typhoon. One of my chief objects in returning to England was to convince the skeptical Diaphoruses of Harley Street of my 2 discoveries, and to exchange views with the more open-minded leprographers. They therefore determined to cross the mountains to Burma and interview Major Ross of the hospital at Rangoon. This gentleman was most sympathetic, cordial, enthusiastic, and capable. He heartily endorsed my new treatment, which he had tried with similar success to my own, but my epidemic phthisis he had provisionally called Rost's disease, the harmless vanity of a very worthy gentleman. I left Rangoon in early January for Colombo, where I transshipped to one of the biggest of the liners of the P&O, homeward bound. On board was a famous traveler and hunter returning from a shikar in the jungles of Ceylon. We were mutually attracted, a silent comradeship natural between 2 men accustomed to live in solitude. The ship's gossip bored us. The bridge players disgusted us. The flirtations were too Australian for us. Shovel-board and deck quoits were to us both puerile and senile. Only one incident is pertinent to my story. At dinner, an argument sprang up on philology, and some pompous ass offered an absurd definition for Abyssinia. It comes from abyss, bottomless, Latin abyssus, genitive abyssi, and nia is the regular, adjectival ending for a country, as Romania, Catania, Albania, and a host of others. After dinner, my friend resumed the subject over cigars, and to my amazement took sides with the windbag. This is his story. 2 years ago, I was in Somaliland after lions and pygmies. I know how to be intimate with most natives without losing their respect. I can play the heavy father, the arch-patriarch in a word. Well, you know, of course, Abyssinia was almost the first country in the world to become Christian. Pastor John and all that. I don't know whether they have got him and St. John of Patmos mixed, but they are strong and long on the apocalypse. They told me Abyssinia is just what her mottle-faced friend said at dinner. The country of the abyss, bottomless place or pit. That St. John was talking of an actual geographical. They excitedly declared that the prophecy had been historically fulfilled. that the damned had actually been cast there 2,000 years ago, or nearly, and that they lived in torment there to that very hour, I naturally suggested a visit, and they as naturally expressed the utmost horror, fear. The subject came up again. I thought the yarn might be the fag end of a legend which was the smoke of a small fire effect. I got it. What really happened was that some tribes got leprosy from eating rotten fish, they thought, and were banished en masse like Israel from Egypt. Such tales grow to buggy size in no time. They come in handy for scaring babies. They get mixed up quite hopelessly. And you're lucky even if you get two elements coherent in a potpourri of 60 odd. The story half amused me, half decent scum of romance that I had grown accustomed to, and had to grope in for the lost pearl truth. The absurdity of the suggested etymology and the idiot's cunning of the dovetailed stories made me laugh, a thing I do most rarely. That may be why it stuck in my mind. Or was it this? In England, there had been a controversy with Mr. Jonathan Hutchinson as Athanasius versus practically all his colleagues as Mundum, in which the eminent syphilographer flirting with leprosy gave its etiology as ichthyophagy, leprosy, rotting fish. Yes, it fixed the traveller's tale in my mind for the moment. In London, I hastened to pay my respects to Mr. Hutchinson, who was delighted to collate my Chinese facts with his own. He argued his case again. Aptly but unconvincingly, when he ended, I expressed a wish to suspend judgment. But look at the Abyssinian evidence, he cried passionately, and expanded, emphasized it with eloquence and ardor for nearly 10 minutes.
Nature does what it's supposed to do. The birds fly out, the seasons cause the leaves to fall, and then the flowers bloom, and just how beautifully orchestrated nature is. We're not humans, though. They be fucking shit up and da-da-da. We weren't created. Think about that, though. Yes, it is a beautiful thing to stand back and to be observed and watch nature and how beautifully orchestrated those things are. That's what they were created to do. We weren't created for that. We were given free will. We were given the time, the space, and the opportunity to figure this shit out at the end of the day. And so when people hear someone like you say, well, I'm perfect. Ink is perfecting his
original draft. There's two copies. We have Jefferson's and Adams' copy. They copied it from somebody. Both of them knew Thomas Paine from common sense. Every verbiage in the Declaration of Independence is all about Thomas Paine. I'm not the only one saying this, by the way. That's a fact. Lewis.
What's the fact about that? Like, how do we know that?
Well, go Google on the original draft, and if people stuck to the original draft of the Declaration of Independence, we wouldn't have needed a civil war because it talked about African people in the original draft. Nobody knows that, and they keep it secret from us, but it's a fact. Google the original draft of the Declaration of Independence.
Okay, I will Google that, and I will be back.
And then read African slavery in America. And you'll find Thomas Paine is all over it. It's important to know that Thomas Paine is...
Now, if I see a lot of non-credited sources, obviously I would clearly come back and say...
Can we go back to the earlier conversation about the requirements, please?
When you go India, and there's all kinds of original books. They've already Google.
Can we go back to the other conversation?
Hey, hold on. The conversation being had right now.
No, it's not a conversation. You guys are just talking about what's relevant to the actual main point. It's not important. You're just trying to hijack the guys' conversation about the requirements of the presidency. Who cares about the name?
When they do that, we'll talk. We'll open up.
Yes, horrible. Alright, I'll tell you what, I have a suggestion. Hold on. Everybody except for Samoa go on mute. Everybody except for Samoa go on mute. Okay, Samoa, you're up. Unmute. Talk about whatever you want. Go ahead, Samoa. Steve, I want to know how is this germane to the actual discussion? I'm just listening. Do you think that... I asked everybody to go on mute. Hold on. Okay, so Samoa wants to hear about the qualifications for presidency of the United States. We already heard Mark say that in Mark's opinion, you have to have a minimum of a bachelor's degree and in political science, or you have to be in government for at least 2 years as a mayor. That's what I heard him say. I'll give you my opinion. In my opinion, I like the requirements exactly the way they are. I don't think there should be any change whatsoever. So let's go ahead. Anybody can unmute one at a time. Samoa's request, what should the requirements be to run for president of the United States?
Okay, I can go first if Samoa, is that okay, or is there someone else specific?
I am okay. What do you think the requirement should be to run for president of the United States?
Okay, I think that one of the main things or qualities that they should have or for a president is they should know, or they should have firsthand experience with struggling with whether that be money, mainly money, or just humble, someone that's been through life hard that most of us are experiencing.
the Fish, page 30, by Crowley. And expounded, expanded, emphasized it with eloquence and ardor for nearly 10 minutes. As I left the bottomless pit story, I jumped in my mind like a jack-in-the-box. I had no thought of it since the night I heard it. It shouted at me, it distracted my mind from its many serious problems, it spoilt my dinner at Scott's, it played jokes on me. I began to murmur oysters, ophthalmia, lobsters, leprosy, cod, consummation, sole, scrofula, turbo, TB, mackerel, meningitis, and so on, for all the fish I could think of. And then who should walk into the grill room but my friend of the ship? He didn't see me. He came in as if the devil were after him, grabbed a chair and a menu, snapped an order, and put his nose to a notebook. His coffee came at the same time as mine did. He relaxed, lifted his eyes, saw me, and charged me like a bull at a gate. "You're my man," he cried. "Fate's in it. What a damned unbelievable square mile of A1 luck. Glad you're glad. I was going to set every sleuth in London on your trail tomorrow morning. Rude to ask why? Remember that yarn of the bottomless pit there?" I started. "I see you do. Well, it's true, and I'm chasing around London buying equipment. And I need a quack who knows tropical diseases and won't jabber around the... Well, there was no room for me in London. My mission was annoyed with me about one of my converts, a trifle. All of us do it. Damn interference, I walked out. I have my own little income, but not enough. I really wanted to know leprosy. My health was better. £500 and all expenses paid for a year certain in a new country with a man I liked. When do we start? He shook my hand. Good, 6 weeks from now, if the arrow's ready in time. That old BP natives wouldn't come. Ground evidently bad going, even for camels. The air gives us a clear big radius. We can build relay camps or tout à la joie. We had no hitch of any kind. Lyle, that's his name. B. Lyle, B for Beale. Letters of recommendation from, he said, a boss bishop and a baronial brewer. My frivolous friends say I must be out to introduce beer and Bibles. Both of us, that we were at sea before he found time to tell me what further facts I had turned his gossamer yarn into a veil worth lifting. It was simple enough. At the Travellers' Club he had met an old friend just back from Abyssinia itself. He had gone deep into the country. A singular event had occurred at a village called Nitty Ock. A man had gone mad, mutilated himself horribly, and fallen on all fours. The writhing with pain, he interspersed his shrieks with pitiful wails whose words contradicted his gestures and tone and his tones. For they expressed pride and pleasure in terms of insane exaggeration. He wallowed abjectly and reproached and threatened the villagers for maintaining their erect attitude. He flinched, whining from all offers to help him, and snarled and spat at his own children and wives when they approached and followed him. So singular did the explorer consider this episode that he inquired strictly into the matter. The man's disease was called G-Tuz, which means heart leprosy, or perhaps from within leprosy, because the bodily symptoms follow the mental. They say it is caused by eating a poisonous fish, which they call Nazarene. The cure is to eat raw lion's heart, but the victim can rarely bear to approach it. The venom of the serpent Nahash is an absolute antitoxin, and its bite is a certain and immediate cure. Bull's blood is good, but needs persistence for a prolonged period. The touch of a young child gives temporary relief in some cases, but rarely attacks the disease. As in morphinism, the patient's will to be cured is an important factor in the treatment. The tincture of the roots of the oak they call L-ema is tonic and specific. Flagellation with gorse, briar rose assists the cure. So does massage with either the golden oil extracted from the purple poppy or the sweet white oil that is sweated from red rosebuds or peonies. Moss held to the nose defends the patient from his own fetid breath. A diet of peaches or apples cleanses the blood. It chewed thoroughly and constantly, even in public. Sodom apples are the best variety. A decoction of orchids is much recommended, drunk either pure or with peach juice or apple juice. Others prescribe a banana on an empty stomach every night. Others again honey in the comb, macerated with milk. A third school orders oysters or mussels with white wine, but these are slow and only too often merely palliative. The drastic remedies are sure and swift if the patient can endure them and is willing to risk kill or cure measures. Also, he is hard to convince that he is sick and suffering. He does everything by opposites. For example, he ransacked his folk or the immodesty of the retire. For example, he ransacked at his folk for the immodesty of the retire. These tribes dress as decently as archdeacons, covers every inch of his head and body and limbs, save only just those parts which our archdeacons aforesaid, being surprised in the mutinal tub, would first claim the attention of the archidiaconal sense of propriety. Again, they denounce the most obvious truths as being lies. Thus, they deny that the sun is hot. How can so petty a thing affect so great a thing themselves? Also, conversely, they welcome lies, however ridiculous, as truth, most especially when the lies flatter them. Tell them that light shines from them, and that the sun reflects it as the moon, echolocation or warning. The most curious fact about this disease is that people find it. They do not say get or require or take or catch it. But only find it, accept it, or believe in it. This last phrase suggesting some local brand of Christian Science. All three verbs imply the free will of the person to become deceased. He eats the fish sometimes, the headman explained by a congenital perversity of taste. Cretinous, scrofulous, luetic, imbecile, impotent, physical, and anemic. People often find the fish, as it were, naturally. To these people, it is not so poisonous. Indeed, they often thrive on a daily diet of it, making a living by selling it, and are at least justified in boasting that they are cured of the diseases subjectively, for they take pride in the increase of their symptoms. This man at Nitty-Ock, case in point, bragged of his distressed heart, that it was palpitating with happiness. Many find jitsuzi in a mild form at puberty, unless the general health be very bad, and the constitution tainted. They cannot assimilate the fish. The fumes of its putrefaction usually produce a sort of intoxication in which they caricature the disease with its symptoms visibly exaggerated and obviously faked. They take matters very seriously until the effects of the gas wear off. Such an attack protects almost always against the disease itself. In the decline of the reproductive powers, people hanker for the fish, which, despite the experience of centuries, is still by the vast majority held as is specific for all ills from poverty and ugliness to death and danger from ghosts. At the decline of the reproductive powers, people hanker for the fish, which, despite the experience of centuries, is still by the vast majority held as a specific for all ills from poverty and ugliness to death and danger from ghosts. This is because of the brilliant organization of the wealthy fisheries, their suave, smooth salesmen, the plausible publicity staff, and the work in the lobbies to force the fish on the people. Even those who vomit at the smell, being supposed to buy it, though they fling it instantly among their other garbage. These will find it as a desperate clutch at a straw as they drown in the dark seas of despair. Such when women become bitter when too thin, and maudlin when too fat. The men, if fat, become sensualists and prosers. If thin, viragos and tyrants. But unless the people find the fish early in life and digest it completely, the symptoms are not so intolerable to the friends and neighbors of the patient. There is an epidemic form of the sickness which attacks crowds, but this is a mere simulation, transitory as other drunkenness. A few days, most nearly all are well again. The disease attacks and holds most fiercely those who lack vital power. The man at Nitty-Ock was pronounced hopeless by the head man. He has mutilated himself. He goes on all fours and eats dirt, they said. It is bad. He must go to Kris Nedum. That is the name of the place, they explained latter, where the other heart lepers live. Kri means bottom. Z means without, and Nudum hole in all bottomless pit. Lyle's friend asked for the location of this place, but everybody manifested a reluctance to talk. How would the sick man get there? Easy, filthily easy, they told him. One only has to follow the stench. Lyle knew he could reach Nitty-Ock without much trouble. If the sick man could crawl thence to the pit, he could be sure of his goal. To make sure he would take an aeroplane with him. 3 months, 3 days after leaving Suez, we were camped just outside Nitty-Ock. This is The Fish, written by Crowley. What Lyle wanted. I forgot to mention that Lyle and I joined at Marseille, where we found on board our taxidermist, a little Sussex man named Green, and a young old man who looked halfway between a stockbroker and a pawnbroker, shaped from a retired pugilist. His name was Moses Thornley, and it was impossible to imagine what use he could be in our expedition, or what earthly considerations could tear such a man away from his evident preoccupations with property, ponies, and petticoats. I never met a man who looked so coarse and unscrupulous. Yet many an ambassador might have envied him his reticence, many a captain of industry, his air of responsibility carried with ease and confidence. At Port Said Ali bin Daoud, a dragoman with a little staff of assistants to look after our cooking, transport and service generally, met us at our hotel, for at Port Said we had to change into a coaster. We suffered no more than the usual Oriental delays, the usual losses and breakages by theft or carelessness, the usual half-hearted threats of mutiny and palpably faked stories of family distress, with which one or the other of the native servants worried us when we wanted a night out beyond his means. The Red Sea was as stagnant and close as the canal itself. The ship was black with flies. At every wretched pretense at the port, we shipped new passengers, each time wilder and dirtier, jostling more excitedly and shouting more ferociously, finally losing themselves more suddenly in the crepitating mob of their fellow travellers. We had so hurried. I started the bulk of my preparation for my bacteriology, and to be done on the ship, so that I hardly saw Lyle, except at meals, when he never spoke except to pass the butter. Any spare time I had I put in wondering why so imperturbable a man should have started on so pointless a journey in such desperate haste. I'm fairly imaginative, many thanks to my lonely years in China, and I furnished myself with many a balloonful of explanations. But there was a leak in all of them, and that leak answered to the name of Moses. That ineffably tailored Sphinx behaved like a polite stranger. He shook hands with Lyle at Marseille, compared physiological notes, and exchanged meteorological observations. The Fish by Crowley, page 37. I doubt if they spoke again until our first dinner in camp, when for the first time we all four dined together. Moses had dined at the purser's table and made an old friend of him in 5 minutes. We had been with the captain. Moses had lured 3 Anglo-Indians from bridge to solo whist, and whenever they were not eating, they were playing. Even at the dinner party in camp, the Hebrew retained his aloofness in a way that would have done honor to Brahman, and my wonder grew on me like a boil. I thought, too, that Lyle owed me some explanation of our plans, but I was not the man to ask him. However, on the 4th night, he trotted in at sunset with a baby gazelle on his shoulder. He had gone out strolling alone for an hour, this invertebrate habit, ready for anything like the gun in the advertisement, from a snipe to a tiger. He got almost physically drunk on that gazelle, and when I remarked how good it was, he almost chanted, "I am back in Africa once more." It sounded like a school song, and 15 of his 50 years had gone from his face at the thought. It reminded me of the sea unwrinkling itself after a storm. His dull grey, cloudy eyes cleared, flashed, and laughed. The same image served. The incident seemed to break down his taciturnity. For the first time in my experience, he told a story at the table. It was a story of his early days, how he was chased by a gazelle. He had lost his rifle beyond recovery, and a wounded lion was looking for him everywhere. And it was getting dark, and he started back to camp. When he heard when he heard feet in pursuit, he ran like the wind and emerged from the jungle to his camp in the clearing. 20 yards behind him came a gazelle, who had possibly been equally scared of the lion, and possibly thought the flying man was its mother. It did not stop here. After our coffee, he suggested that we smoke our pipes in the moonlight. Thornley, by the way, had his cigar about a foot long, so pipes couldn't mean him. We went out to the top of a little heap of bare grey rock. I noticed it before dinner. It suggested no particular form, but there was something about it indescribably evil. It was like a pimple on the great green slopes. To my medical mind, I suppose the idea of a cancer presented itself. "Know any geology?" said Lyle. "Scraps," I said. "Nothing systematic. I can tell chalk from old red sandstone and granite from tall, sharp, clean cut. A landmark for miles around, a finger thrust up from the earth, but its own inherent rottenness has crumbled it. As it has fallen, it has crushed the life and fertility out of the earth around it. And every shower of rain washes from it a poisonous salt. See what a wide brown circle of death it has made. We don't know how far its putrefaction may spread, killing the life and beauty of the earth, and not even taking thereby any advantage to itself." He made a sort of snarling noise as he stopped short. Then he put his hands on my shoulder. "Harryton," he spoke very seriously, "I liked you from the first. I liked your quiet ways, your contempt for a humbug, your sense of humor. You have a brain and a heart hidden away somewhere. Environment has buried them pretty deep. God help you, but Africa may cure you. I think I've given you the chance of your life. You're on the trail of a new disease. Your query is abominable and terrible. That means fame and fortune if you can turn its tide. It's why you came out. But why come? And who is our inscrutable Moses? You've been dying to talk, and you've had sense enough to keep your mouth shut. But I can tell you now I'm not a doctor, but I know more medicine than you think, perhaps, especially about the brain and nerves. They've studied every kind of poison. They needn't tell you that a new disease may count its dead by millions before you can organize any adequate defense. Think what the silly little bug of influenza did, and still is doing in the teeth of science. It might at any moment develop a more virulent form and run up another century or so before we got it wicked. The day after I heard that story at the club, I went round to Masters, the pathologist, and he sent for Bouton, the bacteriologist at St. Michael's, and our best diagnostician, Bartlett. We talked for over 6 hours, and then we came to Johns Hopkins, as well as Rome, Paris, Vienna, and Berlin. A fortnight later, we sat in conference, some 20 of us. The danger about this bug is that it doesn't kill these heart lepers, as we may as well continue to call them, till someone rummages in Lyell and Scott for a longer and sillier name. The people have lived and bred for close on 2,000 years. Apparently, it isn't infectious or contagious, except indirectly, by a man who indulges in a rotten fish, inducing another to poison himself. But the world's waking up now. Suppose these trusts that run the fisheries, with their own government and God knows with what obscure international influences behind them, should start to make a market in civilization. It seems unlikely, being so localized for so long, but if it did get loose, who knows what might happen. Once in another climate, it might become infectious, even epidemic. The whole fabric of civilization might be swept away in a decade. Art, literature, science, philosophy, nay, manhood, and sanity themselves might be flung pell-mell into one huge plague pit of the earth. Well, to my story, we resolved to send a medical commission. We needed funds. We put the case before our government. None of them understood what we were talking about. We went to bankers, some of them philanthropists, who give thousands away to hospitals every year. They inquired with most acute intelligence into the symptoms of the new disease. They exchanged covert glances. They said they would give us the decision the next morning. They did. It amazed me. They would send out me to find the place, one doctor, to report on the alleged disease. Note the word alleged. And a man to represent their own interests in the matter. That is the mission of Moses. In plain English, they want to see which way the cat jumps, whether the spread of the disease would help or hinder them in their game of piling up pieces of paper with fancy figures painted on them. That is a fair sample of humanity. After all this civilization and progress, and our friend Ali seems to me a long sight better stuff." He broke off and spat. There was a silence between us for quite a long while. Finished my pipe and knocked out the ashes on my boot. broke off and spat. There was a silence between us for quite a long while. I finished my pipe and knocked out the ashes on my boot. Lyle, I said slowly, I don't yet see why you should want to go, if that's the story. The cat's out of the bag, he replied. They would have sent Moses with someone else. I must match my wits against his. He's good as solo whist. I watched him, but I once beat Blackburn and I twice beat Pillsbury at chess. This is going to be chess. I'll cure these lepers. I'll make sure of the continued segregation. And I'll go for the cause and wipe this rotten fish from the pools of the earth. You can only live in stagnant water. So they say. It's amazing that civilization has never yet secured a specimen. We'll find one, I nodded. There's another thing, said he. The more violent the toxin, the stronger the antitoxin generated in its midst. You know that. I'm just hoping that there may be some born in this bottomless pit of theirs who have refused to taste their fish, or happen to be immune to its poison. Such children might react against the environment with tremendous force, and be as much above the average human being as the others are beneath it. We ought to rescue those. Oh, there are wonderful possibilities. Let's get back to camp.
Name the three stages of a thunderstorm.
Beginning, middle, and end.
Close.
Is there an anvil stage?
I don't think so. I think it's something like forming, mature, and dissipating.
Alright, the same thing, right? It's kind of what I said. No, it would actually be hilarious to just go through like METAR examples and try to get people to guess them, because they are nutty. I mean, this, you gotta think, this was
not that nutty.
This was when you had to read it like through like a ticker tape or something like that. There was machines
So
that
you
will
still
take
have to be able to do this. I mean, you can. It's open book. So if you know where to look things up, you can look them up. But the problem is that FICON, that's noted by the way, is not listed in the FAR.
It's not even well. That's probably why they use that one as an example.
No, they didn't use it as an example. This was just from my scenario. This was actually a real note from my.
Oh, this is a real life
about. Yeah.
It wasn't like a. Because I remember my examiner came with some paper like stuff. He had like some old like facts, like weather maps and stuff, and he pulled it out. He's like, "You ever seen one of these?" I'm like, no, not real life. He's like, "Yeah, you'll probably never see one again." But he would ask me like, "What is this movie? What is this movie?" But he was very flexible. He was like, he didn't expect me to know everything. Like he was pretty good that way. I felt like my exam was almost like a lesson. Like it was a very kind of learning experience. You know,
Mine was as well. I mean, he was failing me, but he continued to educate me, like beyond the failure. He took some time and kind of gave me a class with you. Even though I got pretty early.
I did really well in the oral. My written grade wasn't awesome, and because I remember him saying like, oh, you with stuff like I don't know why you sort of got it off your Reddit or something like that. I don't remember why either actually, but I don't think it was bad. I passed, but I think they give a report on like the type of questions, you know, it's just like that's the examiner going to ask you those, and at least those subject matters. I just a long time ago, so I don't remember that well, but I remember him commenting like, oh, stuff. But at the time, I did. But yeah, if I look at this again, and you know, like, you know, some of the stuff, but it's pretty obscure. Drizzles, snow greens, all these, yeah, the Inuits have
so much about I don't know, if I find something, even if it's politically incorrect, if I find it funny, I will just laugh, and that's kind of like a flaw that I have, you know.
Welcome back, Roy and John.
Yes, Roy and John. Oh, Dan says I was zoned out. Did I get a date? It depends, Dan. How old are you?
You won't say.
Is he in Germany?
Sorry, you were talking to me? Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, but Miraz is with my father. Thanks.
Who looks like your father?
It's funny to me because my father definitely wasn't Persian.
Well, maybe he actually was.
No, my father was fully a German Jew.
Maybe you were.
Okay, but there is something my father never explained that is a complete mystery to the entire family, that we have some quarter Russian blood, so maybe...
No, he's not Russian. He's from Africa. North Africa.
Sorry. Well, if it's Russian Jew, it's the same. Yeah, that's what we don't know. He never talked about that, and we don't know where it went from who. You look like your dad, my dad, so your son might be very handsome like me. Thanks. I don't know that.
You have sons?
Me, I don't.
Well, actually, your eyes are very similar to Jeff's eyes.
Well, maybe we are related.
Is Jeff his son? Maybe you look
I would most likely be the father in this situation.
No, because Miraz, you're in your 40s.
Which is weird.
40s. So they
I
could be
wouldn't assume he's in his 40s. I would assume late 30s. But thank you.
No, he's in his 40s. He said he was 17 in 2000 and something.
So that's how you did the math.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes me a little easier.
Fucking that's funny, bro.
I still have time. Did you miss the part where the average IQ in her country is 47?
You do the math of that. 47, that's all the ways out. That's all.
I gotta find a picture. It's actually fun.
Monica, how is your day, my friend?
I'm good.
You have been behaving differently lately.
What do you mean?
No drama. No
It's
drama.
all you, not me.
It's influence Isa. It's influence of Isa.
Isa has to with the transition a bit, but also
Yeah.
I think also like Emira's is is ruffling feathers, so it makes me look more moderate. But we agree on every point. Like, we don't have any, there's no air between us. No.
You know what I like about you? Just say whatever you fucking want to say. No one, like, it's okay. It's not like other people, oh, he's so fucked up, I'm gonna kick him off. But, like, it's not, people speak, maybe they'll change their mind. Or you can change your mind. I said that I like, what I like about you, you just let everyone say whatever they want to say.
I mean, it wasn't free. Like, I didn't pledge my loyalty to Queen Isa, Queen of the Jews. No, she didn't. I mean, not everyone, because there are people that get killed. But I think it's more interesting to have conversations, you know, with them and try to kind of like expose their stupidity. I love doing that. I almost not it.
I mean, there's people that comes with hate.
Yeah, those I like. I just go like, oh, you fucking idiot, you're gonna die. I mean, like, there's no conversation to have with them, you know, so,
Yeah.
like resistance.
Yeah,
No conversation that can be had with resistance because he doesn't want to.
I heard he was Muslim.
He converted.
No, actually, I heard he was Afghani.
What?
I think he's actually Afghani, based on his name.
No. But he sounded very, very Dominican to me.
It's everybody in New York.
No, but I know that the accents, our accents.
Just literally everyone in a good chunk of New York.
Yeah, I know, but there are a lot of Dominicans in New York.
Yes, the Italians who live next door to them also send them in here too.
No. But yeah, I don't think he's Afghani. He might be, but like there are specific things, you know, in like the way they speak, the use of words. Hello. Who are you saying hello to? Hello? Hi. Hey, love. Hapada, Chaim Shali.
What? Then you get all the women.
That's
not fair, bro.
He's not threatening. Hey, if you want to take it, if you want to take it in the ass, you get all the women to do.
Or just the tip.
Yeah, we're gonna, if you want to learn how to get a blowjob, you can learn all the women to do. It's fair. We all have that option. Daniel, I'm gonna leave that for you, though. So I'm trained by this person that I scaled it twice. My next espresso should be extra delicious.
Hey, if you have a little extra money, what do you spend it on? Go.
Donated it to
Donate it to the IDF. Of course. Donate it to the IDF. Wow. Have you ever really donated to the IDF? I always think that's so funny when people donate to the IDF. Like, they need us to knit
virgin in a minute. Because it's your virgin. It's that shit into one minute. I'm giving it. I'm literally telling you. Get the fuck off this app. Fuck their schools. Fuck their jobs. All that. What?
Okay, this is The Fish by Crowley. Chapter 3, page 41, our first case. Arley Ock is a wretched, straggling village, a kind of outpost leading to nowhere in particular. 20 miles away to the west, across an interminable sea of pebbles and scrubs, rose a range of hills, yellow and red, with a dilapidated air. It reminded one of a gigantic street in process of demolition. No one had ever crossed them, or ever wanted to. The natives seemed to regard them a welcome addition to the scenery, and the ground that no robbers were likely to come from that direction. At any rate, they greeted our caravan apathetically, showed no alarm, no curiosity. They did not seem to want to sell us anything. They instinctively classed us with the masterless stray dogs that slunk about the streets, lean, scabby, savage, cowardly. They strolled through the village. There seemed to be nothing to eat. Their irrigation was haphazard, and their agriculture at the minimum compatible with living at all. They seemed utterly callous and hopeless, and in many of them I noticed serious symptoms of malnutrition. There was one boy in particular to whom I stopped to talk. He might have been 18 or 28, and he shrank at my approach in a very cautious, curious way. He was afraid, but not of me. It was more like stage fright. I offered a stick of chocolate. His eyes gleamed and every muscle twitched up with desire. But somehow he did not seem to be able to make up his mind to take it. In the end, he refused it. I went away toward camp feeling curiously irritated at the incident. After I had gone some 50 yards, I happened to turn around and found him shambling after me in an unusually furtive way. He caught my eye and slunk into a doorway. Just at the end of the village, it turned again and again. He had followed me. At this moment, my attention was altogether distracted by a spectacle, altogether out of keeping with the forlorn appearance of the village. It was a group, no, a little procession. They were all fat, jolly, dressed in bright colors, and with a headdress not unlike a mid. The leader was a sort of one-man band, playing at the same time tom-tom, a pair of cymbals and a kind of primitive horn. A lot of clashing tin discs were hung about his person, thus slightly increasing the discord. Behind him marched a tall man with the mask of a sheep over his face, and the tip of a wolf's tail dangling between his legs. He carried a gilt pole with a white banner on which the word for fish in the local dialect was inscribed. Behind him again was a woman, very alluringly dressed, and from a strap on her neck was a large tray containing a sort of mayonnaise with all sorts of brightly colored garnishes. She had a huge hoarse voice, and she bawled unceasingly the virtues of her fish. If you were hungry, or thirsty, or tired, or sad, a portion of fish would put it right. Fish was food for the brain. Fish strengthened the nerves. Fish took away fear. Fish was used by all the leading people of society. Look what fish feeding has done for us. She bawled with particular emphasis that the fish was absolutely free to anyone who would accept it. The manners of the country even permitted her to offer a further inducement to anyone who would sample her wares, and she indicated the nature of the bonus by a very varied series of gestures. Following her came a figure intended to terrify, but which to my eyes appeared nearly grotesque. He carried all sorts of arms, more than he could possibly use in any 3 battles. He wore a mask like a southern sea island demon. Behind him again, the last of the procession, almost hidden in the folds of his cloak, was a tiny dwarf, dressed in the most inconspicuous manner possible. Over his shoulders he carried a bag, almost as huge as himself. The attitude of the population to this procession was almost as indifferent as it had been to us. Without exception, they refused the fish. One elder, sitting outside his house, was near enough for me to catch his mutterings. Bad might it be, he said, and shook his head. The terrible accoutrements of the Taurus man were apparently only for show. He raved and gesticulated, but nobody seemed particularly frightened of him, and he never proceeded to actual assault. All this time, my boy had been sneaking up very stealthily. He was now not 20 yards away. The lady with the fish seemed to recognize in him a likely candidate and took special pains to ogle him. He did not seem to care very much, but he wriggled and shuffled and fingered a little bag at his neck. The procession stopped to watch the duel. His nervousness increased, and so did her assurance. She lifted her plate right under his nose. At last he wearily drew his hand across his trembling brow, and then dipped it in the dish. He crammed the morsel into his mouth, and in that instant the dwarf ran out from the big man's cloak, clambered up the boy with monkey-like agility, and filched the little bag from his neck. He did not notice it. The leader renewed his noise with the vehemence of triumph, and the procession resumed its way.
Was who I was in my past life. So that could be a problem. If I understand it, they can't deploy ITID to polling places. It's not kind of law they're allowed to enforce. Their purview is very limited and sticks specifically to immigration laws and things surrounding immigration laws, like doing one's job without interfering. That often sticks there. So, while I understand most.
Like, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't really get it. You know, like all the ways they would speak in Farsi, they speak in English with a slight Persian accent. Yeah, I know. It's from the parents, and it's also from the fact that the entire community lives there. I mean, it's the highest population of Persian Jews in the world. So, I mean, of course, you can get around. Oh, not you, I was responding in the chat. That's why you can get away with not learning English for a really long time. You know, it's totally different from Persians anywhere in the United States, honestly. You know what I'm saying, Remy? It's crazy that they have that Persian accent when they speak. Me too, Megan. What's up, Pete? B2, B3.
What's going on? Living the dream.
Are you a Jew? I'm just checking. No,
He satisfies both goals.
you don't have to answer. I was just joking. We're just letting everyone that comes in the room.
For no particular reason.
I'm trying to get you so vegan. You're a vegan.
I am. I'm okay with that.
Khaled said there needs more empathy and love in the world, and you're not practicing that. And when you're not strong, I'll be your friend. I'll help you carry on. Anyway. And with that song, I'm going to bed. So I'll see you all tomorrow. Roya June, your room. Oh, damn.
Oh, I found a picture of my dad. Hold on.
Picture of your
I found a picture of my dad.
After seeing the photo of your dog, Daddy. Let's see if you and Mira are brothers. Maybe your dad had a few troubles.
Maybe. No, I didn't go to the right place. Okay, this is the Fish McCrawley. Chapter 3, page 41, our first case. The Ark is a wretched, straggling village. A kind of outpost leading to nowhere in particular. 20 miles away to the west across an interminable sea of pebbles and scrubs. Rose a range of hills red with a dilapidated air. It reminded one of a gigantic street in process of demolition. No one had ever crossed them, or ever wanted to. The natives seemed to regard them a welcome addition to the scenery, and the grounded robbers were likely to come from that direction. At any rate, they greeted our caravan apathetically, showed no alarm, no curiosity. They did not seem to want to sell us anything. They instinctively classed us with the next of the stray dogs that slunk about the streets, lean, scabby, savage. As strolled through the village, there seemed to be nothing to eat. The irrigation was haphazard, and the agriculture at the minimum compatible with living at all. They seemed utterly callous and hopeless, and in many of them I noticed serious symptoms of malnutrition. There was one boy in particular to whom I stopped to talk. He might have been 18 or 28, and he treated my approach in a very cautious and curious way. He was afraid, but not of me. It was more like stage fright. I offered the stick of chocolate. His eyes gleamed and every muscle twitched up with desire. But somehow he did not seem to be able to make up his mind to take it. In the end, he refused it. I went away, told him, feeling curiously irritated at the incident. After I had gone some 50 yards, I happened to turn around and found him shambling after me in an unusually furtive way. He caught my eye and slunk into a doorway. Just at the end of the village, it turned again and again. He had followed me. At this moment, my attention was altogether distracted by a spectacle. Altogether, out of keeping with the forlorn appearance of the village. It was a group, no a little procession. They were all fat, jolly, dressed in bright colours, and with a headdress not unlike a mitre. The leader was a sort of one-man band, playing at the same time tom-tom, various cymbals in a kind of primitive form. A lot of clashing timbres were hung about his person, thus slightly increasing the discord. Behind him marched a tall man with the mask of a sheep over his face, the tip of a wolf's tail dangling between his legs. He carried a cane like manner in which the word for fish in the local dialect was inscribed. Behind him again was a woman. Very alluringly dressed in a fur strap on her neck was a large tray containing a sort of mayonnaise with all sorts of brightly coloured garnishes. if something like this ever did happen.
I got the shock of my life. The thing that happened next was incredible. My boy, his face smeared with the grease, staggered up to me and sputtered through his mouth of half-chewed fish. "Begone! Thou art unclean!" What could I do but burst out laughing? He broke into a string of abusive words. The situation was peculiarly awkward. It was, of course, the rule of the expedition never to have a row with a native, and at the same time never to stand any nonsense. I wished I had brought one of the Arabs with me. All I could do was speak to him sharply in a tone of authority. "Put yourself together," I said. "Be a man." He shrank back as if I had hit him, covered his face as if with excessive shame, moaned despairingly "a man" again and again, and a new excessive intoxication seemed to seize him. He gave a muffled howl of delight, dropped on all fours. In his mouth he caught the deep dust of the road like a terrier playing with a bone, and the ensemble of the picture was not attractive to my personal taste. Frankly, I must admit that the suddenness of these incidents completely startled my self-command. I had not even offered to inspect the fish, which I had come so far to study, and I had utterly failed to associate the boy's conduct with his acceptance of the madness. I now realized that here was my first case observed, as luck would have it, even bore the poisoning, and the best thing I could do was to try to get him to come with me to the camp. When I pondered, he groveled, still gloating with ecstasy, still reviling his neighbors. It seemed to his beard that he was young and would be better presently. The boy now began to revile me because I was not made as he was, or clothed as he was, or acting as he was. He waxed extraordinarily bitter over my erect position. I think that something in him prevented him from revealing the contempt he expressed, that he was in fact enraged at himself for not being perfectly drunk. He changed his note at intervals to praise of the fish, in the exuberance of his newborn enthusiasm really surpassed the more polished but more hackneyed phrases of the salesman. I tried to appeal to both sides of his insanity. I told him that the people of the village were quite unworthy of him and would not heed him, but that in my camp there were plenty to do exactly as he said, but they had had no opportunity of hearing about the wonderful fish. I think the fart button is what really makes all of this, slapstick, because you have to understand that this is like mockery. This is like reverse mockery, essentially. I'm mocking the mockery about mockery, but there's a lot of just ridiculous. It's just such a ridiculous book. It's very funny, especially about the epidemics or the pandemics. Hearing about the wonderful fish, and that he ought to go and tell them about it, no matter at what personal cost and risk, is a matter of duty. I added the fascination of a silver coin to that of my remarks. I really don't know whether he agreed to this, for he went on with his ravings, but he followed me, crawling on his belly and urging me to assume the only posture worthy of those glorious persons, the fish eaters. I humored him by saying that I suffered from stiff knee joints, and as I turned to go on, he made a kind of quick wriggle at me. He caught me by the heel to pull me down. He snatched my foot away and put 10 yards between us, and he crawled pitifully in my wake with his lungs bursting and his mouth now raving, now moaning, now laughing, now extracting the remains of the fish from the pockets of his cheeks and his hollow teeth, and champing it deliriously. In this fashion we arrived at the camp. I called an erect expression on his countenance. I started in surprise, but all he said was, "The man that staged the procession had half an idea." In this fashion we arrived at the camp. I called Lyle out. It turned out, sort of my surprise, no less a personage than Mr. Moses Thornton. He displayed the usual cigar and wrapped an expression on his countenance. I started in surprise. But all he said was, "The man that staged that procession had half an idea." I pointed sternly to the boy, who had momentarily collapsed from exhaustion. He said, "It depends what you want him for. He's all right if you want to rob him or eat him. Not if you want him for your partner in business. It's the point of view." I snapped back at him. "The boy happens to be my partner in the business of life." And I turned and walked into the tent without another word. I came out again with a case of instruments. I wanted to examine the boy. He had recovered, and at the sight of Moses, turned loose his tongue in that direction. But the point of view did it again. Moses rose to the occasion and gave a combination of concerted action between a boot and a riding whip that was really admirable in its technique. The boy cringed and shrank and sobbed, but the extraordinary action of the fish upon the brain entered a new phase. He kept on repeating, "How fortunate I am, how favored, how superior." No one in any village a week's march all around could say that anything of the sort had ever happened to him. If you make the experiment, experiment of determining beforehand that you will use a form of inappropriate words in conjunction with almost any given gesture, you may be surprised at the difficulty of doing it. There was something unspeakably awful in the contradiction between the boy's words and his action. It suggested something so hideously wrong with the automatic machinery that underlies our limited conscious controls. Oh, what is this? What is mathematician got a response for what's 1 divided by 0? Hello? Hello? I'm reading a book here, CM. Meanwhile, Lyle had rushed forward and thrust back the angry Jew. "Don't you know, you fool," he shouted, "that it's a blood insult, or his village will?" "He doesn't look very revengeful," sneered Moses. "These chaps have the spirit of wild horses." "Bah!" said the other, with a mocking grin. "I know more in a week of using my eyes than you've learned in all your years of travel." But Lyle had turned aside and was ruminating. "How the devil can we pacify him without insulting him?" he muttered. He started as the boy moved and writhed towards his tormentor. "Look out! He's got a knife!" roared Lyle. But Thornley stood like a rock. Lyle turned to me, almost staggered against me as he put his hand on my shoulder, and all his face went grayer than his eyes. I had myself been better prepared for what shocked Lyle. The boy was fumbling his hands at Moses' knee. He timidly touched the whip and put it to his lips. And in a gush of excitement, he caught at the man's free hand and kissed it rapturously, while the tears streamed from his eyes. Thornley drew his hand away slowly and then turned it palm upwards. The lad fell into an agony of distress and beat his head repeatedly into the dust. When he glanced up at last, he saw the forefinger of that hand steadily pointed at the ground. His eyes followed it in a rapture of glee. He picked up the little silver coin that I had given him and pressed it into the palm of the Jew. Moses slapped it into his pocket and with a kick in the chest sent the lad over backwards. The Nile had mastered himself. His face was grim and deadly. Moses did not even look at him. "Excuse me, gentlemen," he purred. "I should like to write up my diary." "So that's what we're up against," said Lyle half to himself. I was bending over the boy, who no longer repulsed me. He had gone off into a dead sleep, but I heard the muttered phrase, "One swallow doesn't make a summer," I retorted. sir. Welcome. One swallow doesn't make a summer, I retorted. This is our first case. We have no reason for thinking it typical. In point of fact, an old man of the village who has probably seen plenty of cases thought it a very mild attack. When we've lived for a month in the bottomless pit, if we live, interrupted our leader, if, I echoed, if we do, I think we should be able to say we have seen something. I don't like it. The words came to my pursed lips. He swore, I'm damned if I like it. Chapter 4, The Salesman, page 47, The Fish by Alistair Crowley. At dinner that evening, Lau was even more taciturn than his wont. He smoked his pipe of strong black shag between courses, as the Russian smokes his cigarettes. Thornley had excused himself from dinner and would not even have refreshments sent into his tent. He could hear his pen scratching furiously. One of his most curious habits was that he stuck to the old goose quill and sharpened his own nibs with a penknife. He used a peculiar ink of his own, too, singularly rich and black. He had a series of folio ledgers made for him of very thick cream ivory paper and he even carried a supply of sand to serve instead of blotting paper. He had dozens of little affectations and eccentricities of this sort, which he seemed to use for the purpose of asserting his personality, just as a more vulgar type of Hebrew sports ostentatious jewelry. Such trifles undoubtedly contribute to emphasize the aggressive individuality of the man, and incidentally to frighten weak spirits away from him. I had noticed on the boat how the average passenger instinctively distrusted and avoided him. Yet there was not one of these stigmata which was intrinsically offensive or even obtrusive. I thought I detected that his galloping quill was morally vivisecting Lyle. I thought of a very tired man with insomnia worried by mosquitoes. I could understand it well enough. Thornley's actions showed at what capital importance he rated the incidents of the afternoon. That it seemed to him urgent to all disregard of personal comfort that he should record his impressions while they were fresh, and record them in most meticulous detail. Lyle, on the other hand, was evidently both shocked and puzzled. And his pride gushed from 100 wounds as he thought with what contemptuous ease his enemy had outwitted and outfought him at every point of the duel. His distress increased visibly through the meal, and his appetite completely failed halfway through it. I thought that my bedside manner might interfere advantageously, and I remarked that despite the obvious debility of the boy before his poisoning and the disgusting and degrading symptoms, physical and moral, which followed it, it might well be that the prophylactic malaise caused by vaccination might be taken as a fair analogy. I pointed out that the salespeople were quite clearly in enjoyment of robust health, and carried on their business with vigor, efficiency, and enthusiasm, and that they were clearly on the best terms with themselves and the rest of the world. Lyle replied by reminding me that these facts did not agree with his earlier information. I had hoped he would not have remembered that, and I pressed my argument for the illustration of a boy with his first cigar. He waved his hand impatiently and knocked out a burning plug from his pipe on the edge of an untasted plate of couscous. I grant you everything, he growled, but friend Moses knows where he is, and friend Moses is perfectly happy. I know less than I did at first. When my enemy triumphs, I must put ashes on my head. We are well on the way to know, I cried. We have a case to inform us. We can cross-examine that procession and buy some of that fish and turn the searchlight on it. Don't worry. In another 24 hours, they will bring up artillery to support you. Moses, after all, is only bow and arrows. The explorer seemed to pluck up courage at this. Science always wins, he said. Knowledge is always power. But you know better than I what tempest savage the flame. When the flame is too weak, was my roast. But history is in the witness box. The spark lurked somewhere in the darkest ages. Presently, the tongue of flame leapt forth in Florence, in Oxford, in Smithfield, in Geneva. Everywhere, candles of Ridley and Latimer were never put out. The flame survived. The latter-day tempests have fanned it and spread it. The world is ablaze and the shadows have fled. I picked my clinical thermometer from my waistcoat pocket. Here is my witness. I said, we have learned to measure things. We insist that all things should be measured. We have established the unknown God and made him known, and his name is geometry. That is the victory of the Freemasons. Our pastoral staff is Franklin's lightning rod, our chalice a barrette, our sword a dividing engine, and our disc a galvanometer. The simplest necessities of life. Lyle shook his head. I can imagine a lecturer employing similar eloquence in Nineveh, Babylon, Tyre, the ruined cities of Ceylon. Why, man? Science itself tells you that all growth is a curve, all action a reaction. What came from nothing must go back to nothing. Our civilization that swells and bursts and leaves a scar scarce visible. I sprang to my feet in irritation. This is simply morbid. I said, quinine and caramel for you, and mixed them a dose from my pocket case. Yeah, swallow that, I said, and don't let abstract speculations unfit for your daily duties. Come and look at our patient. I had put the boy on a camp bed in my sleeping tent, where he lay in a state almost resembling coma. The lighting of the lamp seemed to rouse him. His state changed to one of low-muttering delirium, in which one could only make out ecstatic phrases, interspersed with groans. It was sleep's imitation of his waking mania. His temperature had dropped, and he had sweated profusely. His eyes were wide open, the pupils fully dilated. In fact, all his reflexes had relaxed. The breath was exceedingly foul, and the nostrils were running profusely. I resolved upon decisive measures, injected a full dose of strychnine and digitalis, plunged him in a cold bath, and resorted to vigorous massage. In the course of an hour, he recovered consciousness. and I was able to administer a cup of strong meat broth fortified with iron and wine. He reacted so admirably to these measures that I determined to continue them throughout the night. By morning he seemed to have shaken off the poison completely, and even to possess greater physical strength and moral stamina than when I had first accosted him. His mind was very confused. He did not seem to remember what he had been through, but in other respects his sanity and balance left nothing to be desired. He was able to take some solid food for breakfast, and then I told him to go home and not to eat any more fish. Now came an incident comically curious, which delighted both myself and Lyle, who was outside his tent putting together the parts of our aeroplane. I had said goodbye to the boy, who shook my hand with a manly warmth and vigor, which testified to the gratitude which he felt, and had no touch of civility. It turned to go, but had only covered a few yards when he was intercepted by Moses Thornley. My patient took no notice and stepped aside so as to pass by. Thornley, with a look of angry surprise, planted himself again in the boy's way and ordered him gruffly to pick up the cigar for him. He turned back and did so, but with a glance and a gesture that would have warned a less confident bully.
Element. Order takers and trying to, just do what the president wants to do. And with even, the Epstein files, kind of a thing that they wouldn't even try. I mean, they tried to say that it wasn't, there's nothing to investigate. That was happening there. And here are the pictures. The people on the pictures were not, there's nothing to investigate here. And Todd Blanche said, well, partying with a known pedophile in a pedophilia ring, I mean, that's not his words, but he said, partying with Epstein is not in itself a crime. But for sure, you got crimes that happened there, and you got pictures of the people that perpetrated these crimes. Doesn't that at least invoke maybe we should investigate? No, the answer was no. My last thing is the Democrats must be the stupidest cheaters ever. Because if they cheated in all the stuff that Trump is accusing the election by the Republicans, I don't know why we cheated. We cheated, and we ended up in a position like this. I looked at an article by the Brookings Institute about election fraud, and the amount of time that they investigations showed fraud. In Florida, where I live, committed by people who were confused, or if they had the right to vote. That's in 2 years. There's some numbers in there about Texas that had since 2005. Time of my life. The thing that happened next was incredible. My boy, his face smeared with grease, staggered up to the head, spat into his mouth half-chewed fish. Begone! expedition never to have a row with a native. At the same time, never to stand any nonsense. In which they had brought one of the Arabs with me. All I could do was speak to him sharply in a tone of authority. Put yourself together. I said, be a man. He shrank back as if I had hit him, covered his face as if with excessive shame, moaned despairingly a man again and again, then a new excess of intoxication seemed to seize him. He gave a muffled howl of delight, dropped on all fours. In his mouth he caught the deep dust of a Rockford Terrier, playing with a bone, and the ensemble of the picture was not attractive to my personal taste. Frankly, I must admit that the sadness of these incidents completely startled my self-command. I had not even offered to inspect the fish, which I had come so far to study. I had utterly failed to associate the boy's conduct with his acceptance of the madness. I now realized that here was my first case observed, as I would have it. Even if the best thing I could do was to try to get him to come with me into the camp. When I pondered, he groveled, still gloating in ecstasy, still reviling his neighbors. Discovered later that he had no family, thus no one was responsible for him. But I heard the old man say into his beard that he was young and would be better presently. The boy now began to revive me because I was not made as he was. So often.
He put the cigar in his own mouth, took 2 quick strides toward his tyrant, and struck him square on the jaw. Thornley went down like a felled tree. The boy walked calmly over his body, and went off to the village with the springy and high-held head of youth. The Jew picked himself up in a dazed fashion, but instead crouched behind his bed, brandishing a pair of revolvers. There were inquiries growingly, and I went over to lie disgusted. Our leader had been watching the scene radiant. He seemed absolutely renewed by the incident. We exchanged a few sarcasms at the expense of the banker's agent. Lyle replied emphatically that he had been sure that the boy's blood and race guaranteed his spirit, that the poison could not take hold on anyone that was not already cachectic from some deconstitutional taint. Leucocytes, he shouted. Fresh air, sunlight, obsolescence. There lies our surety. I agreed with him heartily, but pointed out that the incident rather complicated a puzzle than otherwise. Just so, said he cheerfully, but you can't hope to put a puzzle together until you have got all the pieces, and up to that point, every new one makes it look more of a muddle. Come up to the village, said I. Let's try and locate the procession. But even as I said the words, the air was insulted by the distant pandemonium of the one-man band, and we could see the banner jerked up and down over the mud wall of the village. 3 minutes later, it was evident that the salesmen intended to canvass our expedition. On they came jauntily, swinging with lusty strides, their grotesque braveries gory in the raw sunlight against the dusty orange ochre of the horizon. We heard Ali shouting vehement orders to his Arab staff, who ran up with the rifles slung from their shoulders, cracking their rhinoceros hide whips. The 2 biggest seized the head man, who was also the contractor, and our gang of carriers, and told him that he should pay with his skin for any breach of discipline among his men. He took this Gentile hint as seriously as it was given. He got his men ranged up in first-rate shape, and treated them to a series of barks and yells which we took to mean that he would stand no nonsense. Ali himself headed off the procession. The salesman wheeled, then Lyle and I ran up and told Ali that we wished to talk with them. The Arab gave way rather gruffly. He washed his hands of his bad English masters, as one might say. The procession halted and began to go through the regular performance. Explained eat, and ate with the most fantastic eagerness. She actually foamed at the mouth, and the blood streamed from her face. Her wrinkles inspect with rivulets of miry paint. She was obscene and nauseating. I had provided myself with a box of tin-lined glass for reception, the specimen which I proposed to analyze. This I took from my pocket and proceeded to fill it with her platter. The action seemed to anger her. "No, no," she screamed. "You must eat it at once. Eat, eat." I told her very politely that I had just had my breakfast, and added a remark in perfect innocence, whose effect I could hardly have foreseen in a nightmare. "I don't want it to eat," I said. "I only want it for scientific examination." The hag went into convulsions, uttering those fearful screams, and on the instant the dwarf ran out from under the cloak and addressed his companions in sharp, short tones of command. The malice and fierceness utterly inhuman, and evidently pushed to a pitch of what seemed to me almost insane intensity by some inexplicable but no doubt that he was the real leader of the game, that the others were merely his hirelings. Never in any freak museum as to dream so grievous an abortion. He was about 4 feet high, his arms so long as nearly to touch the ground. They seemed immensely strong, and the hands were enormous. I never saw bigger or as big on the heftiest lumberman. The nails were strong and sharp, almost like the claws of a hyena or a sun carrion bird, and the fingers were gnarled and knotted like an old sailor's. The thumb was extremely short, crooked, and appeared to be of only one phalange. Splayed feet with practically no instep terminated short, thick legs, whose bones were curiously twisted. So broad were the hips, so narrow the shoulders, that the body was shaped like a fig. The paunch was immense and distended. The spine was curved almost to the arc of a circle, and the head was set on the shoulders or rather between them with no visible neck. Matted on a scalp of parchment-like ochre, with blotches of black scab that suggested the inscription of some dead evil race. A dirty white beard struggled meagerly from the sharply jutting chin. I thought of the ram of a warship. The mouth was long and straight, with lips so white, so flat, that they could scarcely be distinguished. The teeth were like a wolf's, but black and rotten. Scraps of raw meat sticking in the gaps showed red against the brown of the swollen gums, whose edges oozed with pus. The nose was eaten away, apparently by lupus or by a rodent ulcer. The cheeks were fallen and wrinkled, their skin dry and dull like a rotten orange. The forehead was receding, the whole face prognathous, in fact, but enormously bulged on the left temple and caved in on the right, the dome being thus a sort of skewed cone. The eyelids were raw red, the eyes were black, they were covered with a film, a whitish, yellowish membrane. Greed, cunning, malice seemed to incarnate in the expression. I was able to observe him, or more accurately, it with great exactness. For in his furious scurry, his black hooded cloak had fallen off, and he pranced naked in the sunshine. Naked, except that about his trunk, beneath his arms, a broad iron ring was welded into this by a short, heavy chain, was riveted the steel box in which he stored his gains. I only caught one word of his frenzied jabberings, my one word examination. But his psychology was as obvious as his anatomy. I can perhaps best convey it by saying that it was as if a very pitiful coward had been lulled into security, and then most suddenly confronted with his fear, an anguish so intense that it surpassed itself and makes him fight instead of turning tail. The noise, as I suppose, had attracted Moses to our group. I saw him just behind the dwarf. He was standing alert and resolute, quick, anxious eyes and nostrils widely dilated. Look, I grasp unsympathetic psychologies that I simply failed to understand. I was bewildered utterly by this senseless storm in a teacup. But the dwarf's men took weapons from the surplus of the boogeyman and scattered so as to surround me. Even the woman threw down her platter and caught up a rope, painted to represent a snake. While I stood there gaping like a gaby, she flung a noose round my legs and brought me heavily to the ground. The others with whoops of triumph rushed at me. They battered me. They stabbed me. They trampled me. Luckily, it was only for a moment. Thornley, with great presence of mind, threw down a handful of coins, and my assailants turned to scramble for them. "Get to cover, you damned ass," he yelled, and this time I knew my lesson. I crawled as best I could to my tent and began to count my wounds. By this time Ali had seen what was wrong. He and his Arabs formed line and charged with drawn scimitars. Salesmen did not wait for the attack. They fled in disorder, leaving most of their apparatus on the field of battle. The leader had disappeared long since. He was inconceivably quick on his feet, awkward as they looked, and he had the trick of silence in withdrawing. It was as if he had slipped suddenly into the earth, the swift stealth of the scared lizard. In his rage, our headman ordered all these things to be piled up and burnt, which was a pity, for some of their finery was really rare and valuable. There were old and irreplaceable things among them, and apart from their intrinsic worth, they would have been of inestimable service to me in certain phases of my investigations. Lie, by the way, had come off nearly as ill as I, for at the first onset the dwarf had stabbed him in the thigh with a little crooked dagger, which proved to have had poison on the blade. It was an innocent-looking toy constructed cunningly of glass, cloudy white and very brittle. The hilt was shaped like an owl, perched, so to say, on the guard, which was a crescent moon. It had on it a sacred verse bitten in with some acid. I may translate this roughly as follows. Scar thy skin, eat thine heart, fog thy brain, drink thy tears, shrink with shame from all the man. This is God's perfect plan. On the hilt with these words in a spiral scroll, I translate once more. Dare not to stand upright. Dare not to think or know. Dare not to use thy might. Dare not to face thy foe. Dare not to do thy will. Dare not to love thy mate. Dare not to live in the bottomless pit in the section called Akaratia, which word means, so they say, innocence or purity. But it is evident from the etymology that it originally meant lack of power. By a similar process among ourselves, the Greek ascetic or trained athlete has come to signify a physically starved and stunted person. The self-denial with an object of the man in training became valued for its own sake as a virtue. Virtue itself, again, really means the quality of manhood. Yet we now use it too often of qualities possibly angelic, but by no means. We call it poetically enough path, Nor, Ya, river, or etymologically the white that flows, and claim that by rubbing the body with it daily, night and morning, they are immune from practically all the ills of life. But I anticipate my story. Life was very severely... Okay, we'll come right back to that. Lyle was severely infected by this venom. He relapsed constantly in spite of all I could do. The symptoms were nervousness, exhaustion, anemia, fainting spells, cardiac weakness, headaches, and hypochondria with delusions of persecution. Only his constitution pulled him through. I had just finished dressing my wounds when I heard the steps of Thornley. He came to inquire how I was. He made himself at home in my tent with quiet assurance, mixing himself a drink, settling down apparently for a long conversation. Doctor, he began, I don't talk much, but when I do, I have something to say. You don't like me, you don't trust me, you don't understand me. Don't wriggle, I know. What's more, you never will. Doesn't matter. We can get on well enough, that's the point, if we make a little deal, eh? What about? I said rather shortly, for I ached all over and wanted to rest. About your research, let me say straight off I'm with you. I never knew harm come of knowing too much or too little, all the harm there is in the long run. I'll give you some facts here and now, not science perhaps, but useful for all that, or I miss my guess. Firstly, I've got into the business side of this fish graft. Those salesmen are never allowed to touch it, on pain of losing their jobs. They'll give the fish addict a job now and then when it suits them to advertise, come where the booze is cheaper. Traction of the product or need to demonstrate sincere enthusiasm, or a marvelous recovery from sickness and so on. But they cure the new man by slow stages. Often he never really got it in his system, and he is taught the art of salesmanship in the regular way. There's no doubt about the effect of a fish. I've collected some samples for you, by the way. It's a foul poison of the dope species. It softens the brain and hardens the heart and corrupts the blood and destroys the reproductive faculty. Its use turns a man into a sniveling, lying, slavish rogue without self-respect, courage, wit, or any of the generous emotions. You certainly seem to have found out a lot. I came out here to report to my principals. There's more yet which you may as well know. I found out where the fish is bred, and I'm going to take you to see it. Meanwhile, let me give you a hint. Nothing frightens people so much as inquiry. You've had a lesson today. Go on with your work, but let no one know what you're doing. There's a soft spot in my own skin, too. I can't afford to have anyone know that I'm helping you. That's all, I think. But when you've analyzed that fish, I should like you to tell me about it. I promised gladly enough, and we shook hands for the first time since our introduction. He went out of my tent, and I sank into a sleep which was peopled by dreams of the most fantastic order. But underneath the whirling images of my fancy, there was a dull ache of resentment against the darkness and confusion. I yearned for the clear light of day and for an universe ordered and intelligible. analysis. Okay, we're gonna stop here. It's a lot of reading. Hope you've enjoyed it. Please subscribe. It was 2 hours and 40 minutes. We've been reading The Fish. Got a lot of edits here.
And for its own sake as a virtue. Virtue instead of the gain means the quality of manhood. If we now use it too often of qualities possibly angelic, but by no means
So I think what are the choices for the regular people, for voters like us? I don't know. I think for me, the best chance is to hope that some decision will be obeyed by the administration if it's job to come unconstitutional actions taken by the administration, whether it's due process or whether it's being other freedom of speech, etc., etc. That's certainly just wishful thinking.
have a hooligan in one of the branches, which in my mind is this administration. Then the other two branches, there's not that much they can do to actually rectify the situation. So other than that, I don't have a lot of positive things to say. But the way the duty, the problem is you, Gary, picking such a terrible, heavy topic, that hopeless topic. Maybe we could talk about something else, like your
Well, I missed the suggestion because you were underwater for that, but I'm open to all suggestions on topics for us to use. But you mentioned court orders not followed by the administration, and Breyer also mentioned that a federal judge, who was a Republican-appointed judge, admonished the administration for not following court orders. He gave a number. Do you know how many court orders he said were not followed thus far by this president? Michaela, followed by Louise.
Half of my family's from Nebraska and the other half from Minnesota. So most of them are Catholic Democrats, but a lot of them have left the party because of the pro-life issues. About the elections, I think that maybe the federal government could have a legitimate part in helping the states. That CISA, the Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agency, I think that's what it's called. They look at voting systems and point out vulnerabilities, but they have no power to enforce any of what they found. It's up to the states to do that. And they did find vulnerabilities in Dominion in 2022. There's no evidence. They didn't say there was any evidence that those had been exploited. But I do think that the federal government should have a role there. And I think some of their suggestions were that all of the parts of the voting systems be manufactured in the U.S. And I would go for that.
Because anything that was manufactured outside these states is subject to tampering?
Well, that we could have more, oversight over it.
I would.
Legal oversight.
But you're making that recommendation without there being any evidence of there being any problems.
Yeah, but we wouldn't know because we wouldn't have oversight. We wouldn't have laws that they'd have to comply to
I'm sure there's oversight and I'm sure there are laws that they have to comply with, but
that's one of their suggestions.
So let me give you an example. It's nothing to do with elections. The federal government has certain safety standards and EPA standards that auto manufacturers must adhere to. If your car is imported from Germany, do they still have to follow those standards and regulations?
I suppose so, but I don't know. That was one of their suggestions.
Yeah. Okay.
Suggestions. Yeah.
Okay.
They must have a reason for it.
Okay. Thank you, Michaela. I appreciate that. Hermes, you get the last word. Hermes?
Yeah,
Last word, buddy. Don't blow it.
No. So, there's not much to say. Everything that needed to be said has been said. And I just hope that, we can change things and turn things around and heal our country. Thank you, Gary.
I love ending on an optimistic note. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
Where he oversaw day-to-day operations. Pew had previously overseen the label's promotion and marketing strategies as Executive Vice President of Urban Music and is credited with leading Epic's urban team to great success, including becoming #1 urban record label of the year of 2017. Preceding that role, Pew was Senior Vice President of Promotion at Universal Music Group's Island, Def Jam, where he helped propel Rihanna and Kanye West to stardom, among many others. After a near-fatal car accident in 2014, Pew had a desire to tell his story. Pew was previously Vice President of Promotions at MCA Records for 7 years and launched his career as Regional Promotional Manager for Motown Records. Having multiple jobs since the age of 11, Pew always wanted to be an entrepreneur. While working in the music industry, he started investing his bonuses into real estate and eventually created L.J. Brent Enterprises, a real estate management company that has over 100 properties in its portfolio. After a near-fatal car accident in 2014, Pew had a desire to tell his story. On Impact, Life, Leadership, and